It's
You guys don't have to do
fine.
I mean, yeah,
anything.
we want to change history. We don't have to.
What's the worst that could happen?
I'm just thinking, if we save Rose's future, what are the chances of Wanderers of Starlight actually meeting Rose and Rose joining the group?
I mean, maybe she meets us in a different way. Maybe our first meeting isn't us trying to chop off her head.
But what if Rose is not a bard? She's done so many things as a bard. What if Rose becomes a fighter?
She comes back as a paladin.
Oh god. Oh god, no.
Instead of making sexual jokes, it's just her being normal.
Just flip the other way and like full celibate paladin.
That'd be kind of
awful.
funny, honestly.
Pretty funny.
And then time shenanigans. The two different versions of Rose meet each other.
I wouldn't have sent you guys into the past if I wasn't ready to have to adjust things.
Are you sure? Because she can get real bad.
No, I know. But it was important to me that we had something time travel. I love time travel. And if it ends up where you guys go back, you've screwed things up to a point where I'm like, hey, you're not going to go back to your own time anymore. You're going to go back to like future B. Then maybe we can go into some arc where you're trying to get back to your home reality.
Oh my god,
Fix
Umbrella
what was
Academy.
Yeah, exactly. These are all
We have
just
to go. We have to
story
go
arcs.
back in time and kill Rose's parents.
I was about to say, because like something like this happened in Zach's
Fix her own
campaign
shit.
in Flagstaff when I was still an in-person, where we erased a whole person's existence on purpose.
You know.
So we just fucked everything over, and we had to end the campaign, which was
Well,
still
then-
years in the making.
So there's
She
only
wasn't
one.
smart enough to figure it out then.
There's only one person who you could remove from Tyranny of Dragons that would cause it to be completely like nonsensical and broken. That would be Severin. And I'm telling you right now, you can't wish that man out of existence.
I wish his parents out of existence.
Got him. Checkmate. I wish Tiamat would kill this motherfucker right now.
Ah, shucks, you got a loophole.
I wish Severin was Tiamat's mortal enemy. As soon as he tries to bring her back, she kills him.
A
Monkey's
double
paw, and
thigh.
we turn into. Like the whole everything spins around really fast, and you guys meet. Like your current reality ends up. Your current characters end up in this alternate reality where Ken is
Fallen
in
Bahamut is
platinum.
actually the enemy.
He's like the son of Tiamat, and it wears like Onyx armor. It's all like, oh, it would be funny. It'd be some interesting story beats. And like I said, I wouldn't have put you guys here if that's the story you guys want to tell. Change the past, fix the future,
Aureus is evil, Robert's good.
right?
Everyone alignment swaps.
What would Aerith be?
You
Just
have
a
good luck
priest of
instead of bad
Tiamat?
You're just a comedian. You're just like a stand-up comic in your tier.
Instead of a performing magician, I'm just a comedian. It was like in the dingiest tavern ever, and no jokes are getting laughed at.
It's just like crickets and like a little spark of magic from Aerith's hands as the laugh track plays.
The laugh track.
So, that being said, now that Ken has dropped in at probably the most confusing part of
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
let's go ahead and get things underway so we can see what changes, what stays the same, and what I get to wrap my mind around for the next week. So, last week on Tyranny of Dragons, we started off with you guys having a small conversation with Sal and Kira, the tailors who made your very, very fancy clothes, having said goodbye momentarily to Archie and Harrow as they went back to get ready for the circus, carnival, festival, fair that was going on that evening as well. You commissioned an extra tiny hat to be made for Todd, which was definitely doable by Sal, and packed up your clothes into nice boxes to be delivered to the Morning Wood before setting off across the city to head to the fairground where the midnight fair would be held. As you got to this ground, you found a mass of people, probably everybody in the city who'd turned up here for one reason or another. all kind of just milling around in this large open space, the same space that Ken and Mia had found earlier that day. And as you guys kind of like took in the environments and tried to understand where the show would be, as this was just a big open area, some of the entertainers came out, presented you guys with some tasty Fey churros that you snacked on for a bit before finally being approached by Sonny, who quickly said hi and bye as his dad told him to, and then ran off to go find his friends. Archie and Harrow then joined you guys with a couple others, new faces in tow. Harrow's wife Sarah and their child, who never really had a name given. They just referred to them as the baby. This child seemed a bit familiar to a couple of you, and as you guys kind of took in that moment, the MC of the circus got everyone's attention, called out to their most honored guest of the evening, Bastille, Lord of the Winter Court, and asked him for a little bit of help in setting up the stage for that evening. With a flash of magic, an incantation, and a subtle click of the fingers, a stage appeared with seats and lights and drapery to kind of obscure what was going on behind the stage, enabling the entertainers to prepare things and put on the show that you had come to see. You guys sat down in the front row and took in the Midnight Fair. This kind of interesting opening act of acrobatics, like leaping across this thin wire arrangement atop the stage, leading into a show of rare and unique animals gathered from around the Feywild. As after the animals were done being presented, they kind of closed down the stage for a little bit, a kind of intermission while they set up for their second half of the act. Whose line is it, any Fey? And you guys took a moment to just sort of discuss things amongst yourselves, have a few snacks. And in the meantime, the young baby had found themselves very, very enthralled with Aerith's hat. Aerith, however, was not nearly as distracted as I was hoping he was going to be, and didn't allow me to steal his hat. He did eventually, though, give up the hat, as the baby seemed to really, really want it, and was sad when Aerith finally put it into the bag of holding and made it disappear. Aerith handed over his hat, and having just been fed, the baby, very, very happy, spit up into the hat, giggled cutely, and Sarah looked at Aerith with a very apologetic look, cast a prestidigitation cantrip, and cleaned things out for him as best she could. The second half of the act went on, which we didn't really roleplay because it was just a bunch of improv, and that's what we're doing anyway, but it was funny, and some of the social jokes kind of went over your guys' heads, but the rest of the crowd seemed to really eat it up before they finally wrapped up the show for that evening. You guys then split up a little bit, with Ken heading to behind the stage to offer up his donations to the Master of Ceremonies and the different entertainers that were working here, while Mia went to go and check on the wondrous and cool animals that were displayed as they were back up on stage. She was particularly enthralled with the lunar fox, this dark kind of black and reddish small creature that just leaped around with moonlight shining off of it. Ken eventually rejoined her after she convinced the trainer to allow her to have some of its fur, which she then stuffed into Ken's bag of holding. The rest of you then regrouped before you went to the kind of like presidential tent here, where Bastille, the Lord of the Winter Court, was in residence. And you guys had some things you wanted to talk to him about. Archie had some things he wanted to talk to him about too, so he found this as a convenient moment for everyone to kind of get to know each other, and you guys sat down and had a interesting conversation with them. I'll say you probably had to have Rary's telepathic bond up, but that was fine. That's an easy thing to have retconned in, as you guys had to use it later on that evening anyway. In order to have the conversations that you did concerning what information do we give them, what do we ask them, what do we poke, what do we prod, what do we push over? If we tip this domino, does the future change? What can we do?
How can we fuck everything up?
How?
But not
Indeed.
quite.
finished up your conversation, gaining a little bit more insight into the kind of established relationship between the Archfey here before heading back out into the fairground. Mia, who is excited to go and see the fortune teller, unfortunately had to have her hopes dashed momentarily as some time had passed while you guys talked with Archie and Bastille, and she was set up for the night. She was closed up as most of the crowd had already left. You guys then made your way through the center of the crowds, and Archie made his grand proclamation, saying his farewells to Lord Bastille, lamenting that though Bastille was now able to go to the gala, which was wonderful, that he himself, Archie, would have to stay behind, as only so many representatives of the Winter Court could be present. And you guys found that a bit suspicious. Super suspicious. Far more suspicious than I intended. And you guys began to suspect Archie of
Poke at
even more obfuscations and trickery, that he might be attempting to usurp Bastille, which could be the triggering event for all of this. And as you guys went back to your inn room in the Morning Wood, Archie returned to go and get things set up and kind of facilitate with Bastille and have a conversation with him, having said his goodnights to you. You guys put up your private sanctum and had a conversation about Archie and Bastille. And again, what do we tell them? What do we do? And in the end, you opted to confront Archie about this. You discussed teleporting to him if he didn't give you the answer you wanted, and then sent him a message asking him to come and talk to you as you had some questions and concerns, and that you were hoping to see him within the next half an hour. He replied that he would need an hour to finish up his business, but then he would be with you promptly, and that teleportation would be ineffective. Set you guys once again on your heels, and you waited for the hour for Archie to show up. And as he walked in his affluent, kind of effervescent self, bubbling with... It's not happiness. It is a bit of like that chicanery that Rose gives off, that like I'm up to something feeling. And as he comes in, you start discussing these things to him. And as he attempted to assuage your worries, you got a little too close to the truth, and he asked you to stop. You guys, he expressed that it was dangerous to talk here. Seeing this moment of understanding, you cast out your telepathic bond again, and this time he accepted it, linking himself into the kind of hive mind that you all share. And as you confronted him, he revealed his truth, that he is the Archfey known as Bastille. He is in hiding, wearing a different face here as Archie, and he had intended to tell you all of this tomorrow, once you all had left Sarnau, as Titania's spies here could be anywhere, and they could be listening, and he didn't feel that this revelation would be helpful to his plans. Understanding this, you guys asked a few more questions, which he answered, before opting to modify your memories, changing the 10 minutes of conversation that you'd had with him, this mental back and forth of understanding, to be a more like simple, I'm not up to anything that's you need to worry about, etc., etc. We couldn't come up with a good enough specific word for word, because obviously if I could have, I would have said that the first time. But
Believe me. Okay.
your memory is modified, well, most of you at least, and Bastille, now satisfied that his secret would be in place until he was ready to reveal it, he said his goodnights to you all and let you know that he would see you in the morning. The next morning came, you awoke, and Nick, as promised, cast Modify Memory on himself to alter that 10 minutes of conversation to match what he had implanted into the rest of the party. And as you all kind of like stretch into awakeness and start to consider how you want to go about your mornings, you look over as that final flash of magic from Nick goes off, and the scene is yours. So, you probably have maybe half an hour or so until Archie comes to see you to get you for departure. What are you guys doing between now and then?
We should probably get some breakfast, get some tea,
We do
get
our
some
morning training
stretches.
thing,
Yeah.
or no?
Yeah.
I like to. Yeah, I like to meditate, please,
Okay.
if possible.
Um,
Not the normal meditation. Working on Gift the Metallic Dragon again.
okay. So you're training. Because I was going to say you have enough time to do one or two, Ken.
Yeah.
One of the two.
So
But yeah,
working on
if you
it.
guys want to go about your morning training, we can go ahead and get started with that.
Charisma.
Charisma, yes.
Oh, of course. You know what? Flash of Genius.
Okay, 13. That would be 2d6.
Oh no.
We're all doing good. All right, all
1d6.
Come on, have it be a 10. Oh.
right.
That is 3d6 for Nick.
What was I gonna do?
I don't
Herbalist
know.
kit. Sorry, proficiency.
Mia is the cause of the bad rolls as she attempts to juggle and throws everybody else off.
Why am I out on advantage?
Yeah, that tracks Mia. So it's 1d6 for Mia and 1d6 for Aerith. Wow.
We're doing great, guys.
As you guys kind of sit down, take to your individual tasks and start practicing and honing your abilities, you feel something off. You know that your plan for the day is you're to meet Archie, who is getting a Valinar steed and a wagon that you all can take with you to Astrazalian. You know that you'll be meeting him shortly after breakfast out front and heading out directly, and there's even talk of Bastille accompanying you. Or I guess he's going in Archie's stead, and then Archie is going to go back. So you find yourselves kind of trying to wrap your mind around everything that happened last night without the clarity of Archie's explanation. And unfortunately for each of you, though you don't bring it up, it distracts you just enough that your training is a little bit hindered. Except for Nick, who uses this puzzle as his training to kind of try to pluck at it and understand it. And as you do, you start to bump up against something you recognize, your own magic.
Immediately rip apart your own modified memory.
I think Nick would be smart enough not to do that.
And recognizing that, like a scab, not to be picked at, you find some knowledge and maybe a little bit of wisdom there. As you all wrap up your morning training, go down, you are greeted with a morning from Fed, who then gets you guys a plate of, it's like mixed vegetables and like stewed nuts and like lots of leafy greens. Not, again, it's not a lot of like meats. There's probably some interestingly colored eggs as well, where the eggshells come out in these like vibrant like pinks and blues as you see him cracking them into the pan. But you are fed, and as you are sitting around the table, is there anything you guys wanted to discuss? Or
Nothing comes to mind except for being nervous about going to a party of this high level of formality. Like the last kind of formal event Ken went to was like the coalition meeting, the first coalition meeting. So he was like,
the Council of Starfall was pretty fancy.
And that went great.
Austere. Alright.
yeah, I'm just trying to keep myself composed, and yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Alright.
What's the worst that could happen?
Sit you guys around.
I'm
Do you
sure
really
want
wanna
to
test that theory?
That's the worst that can happen.
Guys around. Archie's table. Nobody's sitting in Archie's chair because. Alright. So as you are finishing up your breakfast, you hear the door open behind you. You turn around, you see as Archie kind of like steps in through the door, looks around, looks over, sees you at the table that you guys have been talking around, walks around and walks past Ken and Aerith, gives you a smile and a nod, and then sits down at his table. All right, well, good. I can see you have eaten and gotten yourselves ready. We have the wagon out front, and we are ready to go. Again, I'll be accompanying you at least until the borders of Sanhaus territory, right up until we just outside of the golden fields. Again, my dear, I'm so sorry I won't be able to accompany you to the.
Party.
I know, but it is what it is, and sometimes we just must do what we must do for our superiors, and that is what Bastille is. So I will accompany you that far, and then I will ride back. Harrow will accompany me, and then we will see you when you return. Yes?
Sounds good. I guess hope everything with Sir Bastille goes well, and hope you have a fantastic day.
You'll be with me for most of it, at least until I say goodbye to. I'm gonna have to walk home. Oh well, until I have to walk home.
I mean, I could teleport you back when we get out there.
It's if you'd like to, I won't say no to it. I try not to use such
teleport without
magics
me, right?
myself, but
Maybe.
I don't know.
Can I teleport him alone? I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's you and
Yeah, I think it's the caster and the target.
yeah, I think plane shift you
Hmm.
can force people. But either way, I don't want you to worry about it. You will continue on with the Winter Guard in tow, and all will arrive in Astrazalian, and I'm just eager to hear the stories of the gala and the festivities that evening. So
Are they the Winter Guard? Are they gonna ask us questions about things, or will they? I mean, will they get in the way?
I mean, my dear, I'm not going to be with you, so it kind of seems like our plan is a little bit off. All I ask is that you go, enjoy yourselves, have a good time, enjoy the fancy regalia that I've provided for you. Come back, share your stories with me. Just tell me how it was, and I will hold my end of the bargain. I promise you this.
But wait, hold on. She gets up and she'll kind of just like scoot around. Excuse me, 1 second. Lean down to like whisper in his ear, just like, wait. So are we not doing the plan like at all, even without you? I thought we were still gonna do the plan.
I mean, I kind of would like to be there. It is my plan, so I'll plan for the next time. It's fine. It's fine. Everything will be fine. These things happen. I wasn't expecting Lord Bastille to be available to go to the event, and apparently things changed. So,
I mean,
everything will be fine.
can't you just ask him if you could go instead? Like, cause you have his best interests in heart.
It's not necessarily what he needs. It's what is expected of our people, the court itself. Lady Titania expect the real Lord Bastille. She does not want a proxy for him.
What if
It's
we
fine.
hide you in the cart, and then we can sneak you in?
He laughs kind of and lowers his head and looks over at Ken with almost a pleading look. My dear,
Mia,
I appreciate
he,
it, but
Mia, let Archie go handle his business. He's got things he has to do, and we have things we have to do. Sometimes nothing can change that.
exactly.
This is one of those times.
Forces beyond our control, my dear.
But we change things all the time.
Some things just can't be changed, no matter how much we want them to.
That seems sad.
I know, but gotta try to make the best of what we can with that knowledge.
Exactly. And that's why I don't want you feeling like you are beholden to some previous arrangement. Things changed, and my situation has changed, and so our agreement will adjust itself accordingly. I hope you're not too disappointed. I still will promise to send you to wherever it is you desire, and facilitate you as best I can. I just want you to go accompany Lord Bastille. I have told him of the impressive nature that you've shown me. All of you, not just these two here, and he motions to Ken and Mia, who I can see, but the rest of you. You are truly a wonder to me. Our ancestors traversed to the material plane to find a new life, a new way of growing and experiencing, and your people are the result. And then to see the knowledge, the skill, the wisdom that you all have, it is heartwarming. And I believe it is a good gift to show to Tanya what others can bring. So do that for me. Go. Be your best selves. Be the best that the descendants of the Feywild can be. And when you get back, tell me about it, and I will hold up my end of the bargain.
I guess. Seems like not doing a lot of work for something that seems important, but if all you want to do is hear what happens, then okay.
Don't get me wrong. I would love, been able to enact my plan. But it will have to wait.
The
I have
cart's
time.
still there. Anytime. Before we leave. In like
Well,
30 minutes, I think.
actually, we are ready to go whenever you are ready.
Or
So,
now.
yes, as soon as
No,
we
it's
are
fine.
ready to go, the horses are outside waiting. I just need to send for Lord Bastille, and then we are good to go. All right.
All right.
All right. Well, as you guys kind of wrap things up, you finish up your meal. Archie will get up and, very well, let me get Bastille for you. We will get on the road. He kind of steps outside. Um, you guys follow him out a few moments later. You can see him kind of standing next to what has to be the largest horse you've ever seen. This massive, massive steed that is probably as big as Fred. Um, but a horse. And it is
But a horse.
attached to about a 12, maybe 15-foot long wagon that has massive wheels on it, almost as big as your RV was way back in the day. It's hooked up with this like Y harness that goes around to either side of it and hooks onto the saddle. Sitting at the front of the wagon, you see Harrow in his full armor once again, and just sitting with the reins elevated enough so that he can see over the top of the horse and sitting about 12 feet off the ground. As you approach, you look over and you can see as Bastille walks in from the left, kind of like heading up towards the wagon, and behind him, the Winter Guard, three of them riding on smaller versions of the same steed. It kind of has this like black midnight kind of starry look to them. Let me see if I can actually grab the tokens so you can see them. It's like, why isn't it letting
Show
me copy 2
me
things?
the
Show me
horse.
horses.
Oh
So
god, it's huge.
these are the smaller ones, and they have these like almost plant-like braids, kind of flowers and leaf petals braided into their manes. The large one hooked up to the wagon. The other one, they're all riding on their own steed. Um, as you head out, Bastille kind of gives you a nod before climbing in on the opposite side of the wagon and taking his seat. And as you kind of go around to the other side, you see uh, Archie, who was standing outside of it at like a half bow, kind of grab onto a handhold and pull himself into the wagon up these like 2 or 3 steps. Um, and I assume you guys follow in after him. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. You find yourselves comfortable seating here. There's enough room for, let's see, there's just 5 of you. Probably enough room for like 8 people to sit in here comfortably, so there's more than enough room for the 7 of you. And as you guys start off into the wilds of the Feywild, the heavy clopping of the Valinar steed ahead of you, kind of echoed by the several behind you of the Winter Guard, you begin your journey. And as you do, is there anything you guys wanted to talk about on the trip?
So I'll be asking questions about like, has like a gala like this happened in the past, and I guess what's expected of us when we
Yes.
arrive.
Yes, yes. We hold them from time to time. It's a good reason to get everyone together and kind of schmooze, discuss things. For you all, the only thing to be really expected is to just enjoy yourselves, to have fun and eat, drink, and be merry. I expect most of the denizens, most of the attendees will want to at least shake your hands, and kind of like looks at Mia and Ken. Your lineage makes you unique here, and the elite will want to say that they shook the hands of the children of the gods.
Ah, I see. Well, I guess that's not bad. Could just
Hey.
hang out,
I mean,
maybe
if
ask a couple questions.
Yes.
they ask me questions, though, I won't know the answer.
Well, won't that be interesting in and of itself? And it should confuse and frustrate them, which will just be funny. Please, please do remember any and all of their expressions. I just, I need to hear about it. He gives you a just very cordial smile. Either way, we should be there probably late tomorrow. The gala will be. Let's see, let me do a math in my head. Day after that, so we should have about a day, or you should have about a day to take in the city and really enjoy its sights. It is a beautiful, beautiful city. The city of starlight, they call it. It twinkles and sparkles with a true majesty.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Doing a break in the law speed run.
No,
Wait,
obviously
what
I'll
did you
play
say,
by the
Kyle?
rules.
I said we doing breaking the law speed run when we get there.
Don't steal any fish statues this time.
Nah.
Where's
Hey,
the
fish
fun
are
in that?
cool.
I got it. God.
That was fun. As you guys trek on, the day continues in this kind of like languid passivity. The bump of the ground beneath you kind of just like jostling the wagon just enough. I mean, the terrain is rough. You're not following like cobblestone roads or even the more well-beaten like highways of the Sword Coast. It's pretty much just moving through the environment, the terrain. The wagon has these huge, massive, like probably 5-foot wheels that are attached to what look like shocks on the inside. They're kind of like springs that absorb the impact, and so as the wagon is moving, you can feel this like gentle rocking that um, is the like mitigated effect of the constant of all the rocks and ground that you're going over. Eventually, you do get to a more like beaten part where you're able to stick to dustier, not sandier, but
Gravel.
dirtier gravelier tracks, more like a rock fall. The trees are still thick. The shrubbery, the brushes, there's a lot of foliage outside as you look out the windows and see these purple and blue trees passing by, the vibrant colors of the Feywild offset by the strange purple and red kind of like late Arizona sunset sky that is perpetually going on above you, that just sort of shifts and seems to like move almost like water in light.
Arizona.
Fey Arizona. The trees begin to lessen and kind of become more sparse. Grasses begin to show, and finally, after about 4 hours of your travel, you are moving along kind of just in quiet conversation. Archie and Bastille have been just talking occasionally about, mostly just about like the politics of the Winter Court right now. And let's pull up my map so that I can get you some proper names that you would hear. Where's the one I've been using? Because there's so many. You hear them refer to Grockheim. They refer to it mostly as like the capital city. They seem to, or Archie asks Bastille, what is the situation in Grockheim? They talk about like the food, different economic aspects of the city. They talk about the Tower of the Moon, and if anything has been seen from there, or Arctis Tour, as well as well, about the Veil Water, which Archie shares with Bastille. After this 4 hours or so, as you approach what would be the edge of this territory, you can like look out and see in the distance these beautiful golden trees just started to like speckle amongst the blues and purples that you've grown used to. When all of a sudden the wagon hits something hard, like extremely hard. You feel as the front side where Mia is sitting bucks up and then slams into the ground, and as it hits the ground, Ken, you hear a sound that you've heard so many times in this adventure, the sound of a breaking axle. Crunch! As the wagon slams into the ground, you hear as the steed in front whinnies, and you hear Harrow yell out, "Easy there, easy, easy. It's all right, it's okay."
God
What you
damn
guys
it.
You love to hear that.
Doing.
This is what
I
mending
go out
is
and
for.
inspect the wagon.
Alright.
See what the hell hit us.
As you kind of poke your head out, it is immediately you open up the curtains and the door on the side of the wagon right as this large horse with a majestic light blue colored skin elf rides around the corner and like looks in at you, looks a bit aghast, and kind of looks past you and goes, "My lord, we've hit something in the road. I don't know if this is a trap or not. Please stay inside. Elenariel and Caswin will ride a perimeter and check it out. Just stay here for a moment." Bastille kind of looks over at Archie and looks, very well. See that it is fixed quickly. And you hear as the two horses start running off into the distance as they start doing their perimeter. Now, what you guys
Not saying I'm not saying I don't trust your men, Sir Bastille, but I think I can fix that. I can fix the wagon pretty fast if I can get out there to take a look at it.
kind of looks at you. He looks over at Archie. Archie just gives him a smile and a shrug. If you think you can help, it'd be easier than having one elf do it. Feel free.
All right, understood, sir. And I'm just gonna skedaddle, have the kiddos out with them just in case.
All right. Roll me a perception check as you hop out.
I'll go out with him just for extra eyes
Okay.
In case.
in case things get dicey.
Alright, let's see, I'm just writing down these guys' names that I just made up. So I can- okay, 24, alright. Why don't you roll me one as well, Aerith?
Okay.
As you
Can
hop
you
out of...
see the sniper that's about to shoot you in the head?
As Ken hops
probably.
down out of the wagon, natural 20.
Right? Oh yeah.
The other elf who had shouted in has, like, steered his horse off to the side, leapt down, is looking around. Ken, you hit the ground. The kiddos leap down off and start like swarming around you, and the elf kind of like looks almost insulted at them as he kind of like sneers back and pulls his feet back and then shakes his head and looks down. And you turn around, Ken, and you do a quick like perimeter check, and you can see as one of the horses, Elenariel, is riding off in like the northeastern direction from the perspective of this map. The other one going off, and they're kind of like doing like this counter circle, it looks like, to do a perimeter check. You don't see anything kind of leaping out at you. You keep your eyes on the trees, nothing, and then you see Aerith leap out after you, and you kind of just like nod, knowing that at least Aerith can, you know, keep an eye out. You redirect your focus onto the wagon, and the brake is mostly clean, but the problem is that the wagon is huge and heavy, so it's going to be some work to get it kind of lifted up so that your mending cantrip can work on it, which takes about a minute per, I think it's like a square inch of space, so it's going to take you probably about half an hour of mending casts to get this fully stitched up. As you take that in, Aerith leaps down next to you and kind of takes in the surrounding. You're listening with all of your senses. You hear the hoot of something, and you crank your head quickly to see as this large multicolored owl takes off back into the woods that you just came off of. Not a threat, not here to hurt you, just movement. You kind
Is
of like
that Feather's dad?
keep your ears trained on the surrounding, but you don't see anything coming to get you. Anything? What are the three of you in the wagon doing?
Can I use mending to speed up the process as well?
Sure. Yeah. If you've got it as well, you could leap down and give Ken a hand.
No, might as well.
While we're waiting, Mia will scooch over to Archie. Do you know how to juggle?
I learned once, but I haven't practiced in a very long time.
I'm really good at it now. Do you want me to teach you?
By all means, please, my dear. I would love to see you juggle.
I do real good.
It's not bad. It really
I
isn't.
did average.
Yeah, for someone
Surprisingly.
who's just learning how to juggle, you get like the two up there, you get them both going, and he's kind of like he's got like a little bit of a smirk to it at first, and then he nods. Like, that's actually quite good. You've got some natural talent there. You must be used to, I don't know, spinning plates, keeping a bunch of things going at once.
I mean, usually I just have my staff and just the one thing, but it's not too hard.
It does
Just
take
not drop the ball.
does take some coordination, doesn't it? As you have your conversation, is Oni just chilling?
Yeah, he's just watching and laughing because he has expected her pelt them with juggling balls, but just honestly impressed that it didn't go as bad as it did before.
All right. All right. As you get to work, Ken, the elf comes around and like sets himself up. We're gonna have to lift up the wagon if we're going to repair the axle. Any of you good with lifting heavy objects? As he looks at Nicholas and kind of smirks and laughs.
Yeah, I am very good. Excuse
Look
me,
at all our
animate
muscles.
object, and I'm just gonna raise it up.
Excuse you, fuck you.
I mean, hey, if
Magic.
that's what you want to do, I'm 100%
Yes,
on
I'm
board.
gonna do that. I will be very spiteful towards that comment.
All right. Very good. As you cast out your animate object spell, as he kind of like spits into his hands and kind of gets it set up, can you probably get ready to start helping him lift as you feel this like shudder pass through the wagon, and then the wagon just kind of like shifts itself up like an animal trying to hold itself on its other 3 legs. There's a little bit of like wobble there, but it is holding itself aloft.
All right, this makes my job easier. Thanks, Nick.
Can't
What
lift it.
is-
You're not strong.
As the wagon, let me see, hold on.
Up to 1 minute.
Up to 1 minute, okay.
You gotta be
Um,
fast.
Well, it's not going to be that fast. You
Well,
do
I
know that
mean,
it only
all
goes
else
for 1
fails.
minute.
Yeah, all else
So-
fails, I can just set myself up to like.
I mean, it
catch
should
the
be
wrong
long
thing.
enough for them to prop something underneath it to keep it up.
That's what I was going to get at. Is as you get to lifting it up, the elf kind of like steps back and looks down and looks at you with your hand out, kind of holding the spell in place. How long can you hold it like this?
You better grab something to put under it. It's not very
Alright.
long.
All right. He's going to turn around and he's going to do himself a really quick investigation check. Okay. All right. He comes back with a kind of like broken piece of tree and lodges it down at an angle. And right as the animate object spell fades and it kind of like shudders back into that same solid state of matter, it kind of like the front pushes down into the log, but it is holding that side aloft. And
I was about to say, before the animate object ends, would it be possible to use Earthbind and just like instead of binding the carriage, I would just like manipulate the earth to just hold it upward?
So what you want is actually mold earth.
Damn.
It's a cantrip. Earthbind only affects flying creatures.
No, that's
I mean, technically, animate
Earthbind.
object, I can make it levitate.
Is it flying creatures?
Because it drops the flying creature to the ground and reduces its flying speed to 0. It's funny because they just
Oh.
did this in crit roll this week,
Right.
and Matt was like, unfortunately, they're not flying.
Or the one that would help you what you exactly want to do is bones.
I
of
thought
the
that
earth.
was Earth and Grasp.
both.
Maximilian's Earth and
Earth and
Grass
Grass
is a
can
That
little
one can grab
different.
things,
Yeah.
Eh.
It's a
They're
bit more
magic.
utility.
It's
It's
very
like-
specialized.
right? Earth and grasp is kind of like a Bigby's hand, but made of earthish.
As you set up the essentially jack stand of a log beneath the wagon and it slams down, the elf nods, kind of looking over at Nicholas as the spell fades. Very good. I don't suppose either of you have some trick for replacing an axle, as Ken's already taking out his tools.
Replace.
Men. Men.
Men.
You begin casting your mending, and as the first mending cantrip goes out, Ken, you're kind of working with Nicholas. You're holding the axle in place while Nick casts it, and you're casting kind of at the same time, working in opposite sides as the other two steeds ride back in. Aerith, the entire time you've had your eyes like trained like a hawk on the horizon. A natural 20 will go pretty far, and you haven't seen anything. There's been no movement beyond that of just the normal fauna that lives here, the birds and some of the smaller animals. You've seen this like tiny little jackrabbit-like creature, but it had like 4 arms and the 2 larger hind legs come out of nowhere and just start like chewing at something and looked at you, and you locked eyes with it, and it looked at you for a little longer than you thought comfortable for an animal before it turned around and ran away. But nothing leapt out as dangerous. And as
That's the
the
assassin.
as the other two
They've
elves
got us. This is it.
return, they ride up and pretty much say the same thing. The one who had been identified as Elnariel, I didn't see anything out there. No signs of even recent travel. It looks like this was just an accident, not some sort of ambush. I think we're in the clear. And the elf who's helping you kind of like hold the axle in place goes, good, then get down here and help us. If we can both hold this if we could all hold this in place, then both of them can fix this faster. They hitch up their horses and get to work. Meanwhile, in the conversation inside, you hear this outside, and Archie kind of claps his hands. Well, if we're not in any immediate danger, I would like to take this opportunity to go for a walk. But I don't necessarily want to be caught out there with my pants down.
Pick me. She raised her hand. Pick me.
I knew
can do
you
it.
were going to come with me, my dear. How about you,
Yes.
Master Oni? Would you accompany us as well? Your skills would be beneficial if we were to get ambushed.
Of course.
He gives you guys a nod and goes, Lord Bastille. Bastille kind of grumbles. Fine, I could stretch my legs as well. Four of you hop down. As Mia hops out of the wagon, you look over and you can see Nick hard at work with the mending, and then you feel something on your shoulder as Todd hits it. And he's going to hang with you for a bit.
Todd, where's your new hat?
It's in the box. It's in this tiny fancy hat box.
Can I take it out
Is
of
it
the
like a
box?
ring? Is it like a ring box since he's so tiny?
Yeah, it would be. It'd be like a ring box, but with the little padding removed. So you open it like a ring box, and it's just a top hat.
Can
Yeah.
I put his hat on while we go for a walk?
Sure. You take a moment to dig his tiny hat box out, fix it to his head, and it has like a little like strap that goes under his throat, keep it attached, and he just croaks at you happily. The five of you head out into the wilds. As you step away, you hear Caswin, my lord Bastille, you shouldn't go out there by yourself. While it's safe.
He's not
My
alone.
lord.
We're going to bye.
Yes. I'm there with them. We're fine. We've got these two strong adventurers. We'll be fine. Bastille doesn't even respond. He just keeps quiet and walks away. The elves don't seem happy about this, but they acquiesce in the long run, and oh no, it's so
You
cute.
find that.
I just look like Toad in a top hat.
It's perfect.
You guys head out into the wild. You walk for probably about 1,000 feet or so back along the trail that you just came down, until the sounds, not of shouting, but of just like, all right, just hold it right there, Esteniel. Okay. All right, Caswin. All right. Okay. All right. All right. You said your name was William, right? Okay, William, go ahead. And yep, perfect. Oh, you guys are on it. As their voices kind of drone out and fade away, Archie finds a nice clearing and goes, well, I suppose this is as good a time as any. Let me go ahead and just take care of this. Clicks his fingers twice towards both Oni and Mia, and you feel something washes over you, like a pulse of energy, this wave of magic, and you feel as something is revealed, as your memories from last night are restored, and you remember the true conversation. Okay, so
So you are coming to the party.
yes, and we are stealing her shit. It's just very complicated trying to... I'm pretty sure he understands what I'm doing, right?
My brain hurts.
Only just nods.
Good. Okay, so this is where we're gonna do the old switcheroo. You ready, Rook? And the one who has been Bastille nods. I'm gonna miss this face. I really do like being Bastille. Bastille kind of takes... Archie takes Bastille's hand, and in that moment, Archie turns into Bastille. Yes, but So do I, and I honestly think I play him a little bit better than you do. There's just something you're missing. You're just a little too rigid. And as you stare at two Bastilles, the one that had been Bastille shifts into Archie. I will say, this character is harder for me, but I will do my best, my lord, to keep any suspicions off of you. They nod at each other. Okay.
I'm so confused.
Was Archie, now Bastille, looks at you. I am the one you have been speaking with this entire time, my dear. The true face of the Winter Court. My true face. This is my brother. Not through any sort of biological means, but by every means that is important. His name is Rook, and he pretends to be me when I don't want to be me. Which is whenever I'm having to be boring and in Grockheim. It's easier for me to live amongst my people. I love being a part of them, and to be Bastille amongst his people is difficult. They scrape and bow, and I don't not like it, but I don't want that to be every day, you know? So, we came up with this little game, where Rook pretends to be me when I don't want to, and I get to live as whoever I choose to in that moment. And for now, it's been Archie, and he is fun. But
I did like him.
as I said this morning, Titania expects the true Bastille to be there, and so I must wear my face as it is. Now, the Winter Guard don't know this, okay? They don't know that they would be upset, and they would tell me a lot that I shouldn't be doing this. So I'm going to trust the two of you to keep this secret until we can find some way to shake them and keep
Dispose
Harrow.
of them.
No.
Good Lord, Mia took the heel turn quick.
No, disposing, my dear. Maybe we could indispose them. I was originally thinking maybe some food poisoning over dinner or something like that. I don't know. But something.
I mean, I could always make them go away, but I don't think that would work very well because they might get mad.
How?
Well, I mean, I could just like plane shift them somewhere randomly in the Feywild. It would take them a little while to get home, though. Possibly. Or they might come back right where they were.
I need to roll a die. Roll me a persuasion check.
We'll just play shift them out. They come back burnt to a crisp as they with the elemental plane of fire.
Yeah, I can specify the plane at least.
Ow.
They look at each other, and the true Bastille, who has been the one you've been talking to, looks at the one now wearing the Archie face. And the one wearing the Archie face just got his eyes closed, and he's just kind of like, he's just trying to keep that flat, blank expression. And Bastille looks at him, squints his eyes, shakes his head. No. I need to find some way that doesn't raise suspicion. And if you send them away, that's just going to draw their suspicion that you're up to something. And I don't want that. I need you to stay innocent in this. So
I can be real quiet about it.
let's call that Plan B.
Okay.
All
Maybe
right.
even Plan C.
Yes, maybe. Let's call Plan A food poisoning. Plan C plane shift. And hope that a Plan B comes up that's better than both. Okay. Let's go back to the wagon and rejoin our friends. Are you able to do the thing that...
What thing?
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I can trust them. All right. Very good. Let's go. And as you guys can turn and head back, following the same two people, but now different people.
That was a very
Back.
confusing walk.
You approach. What were you gonna say, Oni?
He was just kind of chuckling, like, Mia, you have to maintain what we have been doing up until now, at least until we separate from these guys, okay? You can't treat
Okay.
him you can't. You're gonna have to still be friendly with, and he does air quotes, Archie, alright?
He gives you a bow with his arms out, the Archie face.
So pretend like he's you and you're him,
Mhm,
even though you're you and he's not him.
Precisely.
And what if they just don't talk to you?
Why don't you pretend to take a nap when we get back?
Okay.
There we go. Again, the wisdom of our descendants continues to just impress me. Oh, all right. As you approach the wagon, you can see at the far end as the elves are kind of like straining. Two of them are holding up. Ken, you're probably helping hold it up as well, as the mending has concluded. The axle seems as good as new. The wheel that had been dislodged has now been reattached, and you are in the process of lowering the wagon back down onto its wheel, as the jack it was on was a little higher than it needed to be. So as the three of you, Ken and two of the elves, are like bracing it with their shoulders, the third one, as you lift. Ken, can you roll me a strength check with advantage?
Oh, okay. Core advantage. Strength.
Okay, good. With the three of you working together, it takes a little bit of straining. Your feet kind of push into the dirt a little bit before you hear, "It's clear!" And you can see the log is out of the way, and you lower it onto the wheel. The wagon has been repaired. The elves kind of pant. All right. Look up
Yeah.
as they see.
Nice work, guys. And then I hold out both my hands for like high fives.
They kind of like look at each other. One of them gives it like a tap, like in the middle of your hand, and the other one literally fist bumps your high five as they rolled a 3
Good
and a
job,
1.
guys.
Close enough.
Yeah. They
We're
look at
doing
each
your
other.
best.
The one who had been like wrestling the log looks up as the four walkers kind of head back down the trail, raises his hand. "My Lord Bastille, the wagon has been repaired, and we are ready to be on our way. Your timing is impeccable as always, sir." And Bastille, the real one, "Very well, let us be off." Heads back in. They don't mean to, but they switch positions. And you all retake your seats within the wagon. You hear the hut and hit of elves mounting onto tall, like Mustang height steeds, and finally are able to get back on the road. Why is this one not going into the back like it should? There.
Does that mean Bastille's the one who broke the axle?
I don't know.
What?
I was
No.
gonna say, every adventure we have, I swear an axle breaks.
I do
Anytime
love
there's a
breaking
curve.
axles. They are fun.
He just wants to put paranoia in us, that's why.
We're just cursed by the axle god.
Right. That's well. That
God of access.
Aurora had it right. I really wanted to strike the heart of paranoia into you guys. Okay.
Have our anxiety
you-
build.
We haven't been in a fight in a while. He wants to shake it up.
The horse
You've had it
has.
too good for too long.
Yes, nice. Yeah. Okay.
What do you mean? We fought a hag.
That wasn't good enough.
No.
Not good.
No one died. It wasn't good enough.
Exactly. That's why it wasn't good enough.
Okay. Okay. So as you guys press on for the day, can I have everybody roll me a perception check?
Do I roll one if I'm pretending to nap?
Yes. Actually, no. You don't roll.
Okay.
Just imagine rolling a nap one while you're pretending to nap, and then you do that thing where little kids just peek open one eye constantly to see if anybody's looking.
Thank you, Oni, for
Right.
having baller perception.
Right. I can always count on Oni. As you guys are continuing on, you press further and further. The terrain shifts from the greens and blues of the grass and the purples and blues of the trees to oranges and reds as you get closer and closer to the Golden Veil, the kind of border between the Summer Courts territory and the Winter Courts territory. And as you are all kind of riding pleasantly through this golden forest, essentially, Oni is the only one who feels it.
As usual.
Amidst all of the other strange wobbles and bumps of the ground and just bits of absorption from the shocks, you hear and it seems to be getting closer, but it is very far away.
Alright, you will definitely relay that information to everyone within the cart. I don't know if they want to spread it out to the ones outside the cart, but you will at least let the party, Archie and Bastille, know that there's something approaching, though
Okay.
it's far away.
Why did that change the background? Okay. As you inform the party that you heard something, you see as Bastille nods, I heard it too, and I only know of one thing with a gate like that. And he looks over at Archie. He goes, Bastille, or sorry, not Bastille. Harrow, you might want to pick it up a bit. We've got company. And you hear Harrow just saying, yes, sir, on it. The wagon picks up in speed as you start riding faster and faster. The heck is
Is
going
there
on
something
here?
we should be aware of? What's going on?
Hopefully it's nothing. Hopefully it doesn't, chase us. Why are you linked together? Sorry, I'm trying to do something while I'm narrating. There we go. That would be why it wasn't work. I figured out something that was bugging me earlier. Okay. As you feel the wagon pick up, Ken, you posit your question. Archie is, well, you see, these lands aren't necessarily uninhabited. As Bastille kind of pulls back the curtain from the back window, and you can see as the two riders are picking up behind you, and the one from your perspective right shouts forward, "My lord, what is it?" And Bastille kind of looks out past them and goes, "Tyrannosaurus arboreus. Keep your eyes peeled. I think they're approaching. I heard them, and so did our friend." And they look at each other, and their eyes kind of go wide as you guys are watching him, and Bastille throws the curtain shut.
What?
Hmm?
So Tyranno, what?
It's a type of creature that takes up residency here. I was hoping we'd be able to pass through its territory without any altercations. Tyrannosaurus arboreus. Large, lizard-like creature, built of leaves and kind of like a Trent meets a dragon almost. Kind of.
Cool.
Kind of looks over at Archie. Oni, you've been hearing it. As the conversation's gone on, you've kind of pushed things to the periphery. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. And then that same cadence, but another one further away. And a third, all stacking onto itself with a 31. You can distinctly tell all three.
Oh, he's just slowly shaking his head like, well, is just one of these dangerous? I'm guessing if we're picking up speed like this.
They can be. I mean, so danger is relative, right? As I have described here for denizens of the Feywild, death, as you know it, isn't necessarily a fear. At least not those of us who have the consciousness in order to perpetuate ourselves. The problem is the horse and the carriage. If it gets destroyed, we won't be able to make it to the gala with time to he kind of like looks over at Archie and then mouths, prepare.
Oh, he's just nodding like, So the fact that there's three of them might complicate things further. Then
His eyes go wide. Oh, you heard that? I could only hear one. There are three of them. Harrow! I'm going as fast as I can, my lord. The woods are, and you feel like boof, boof, as you get like bumped out of your seats, and the wagon hits the ground. And Ken, for a second, your heart sinks, but it doesn't break, and the wagon keeps on pulling on. What you guys doing?
I had a fantastic idea.
Okay.
Have a heart attack.
Oh, I'm old.
What
I
exactly?
am going to. Is there like a opening in the wagon that opens up to Harrow and the horse he's controlling?
Yeah, there's a small kind of viewport that they have been shouting through.
Okay. Harrow, just hang on to those reins a little bit tighter, buddy. I'm casting this on the horse.
get fast, horse.
Okay.
Go.
All right. Let's see. Roll me a d20, Ken.
Is the horse willing?
Also, is 1 minute enough before it completely seizes up after we're running for three giant plant dinosaurs?
I mean, you can just
Fine.
spam cast it, just one immediately after the other.
Yeah, spam cast it for like the 2 or 3 spell slots that Ken has. Buy us 3 minutes.
All right. Okay. As you
Skedaddle horse, hurry.
up towards the front, pull open the curtain, you shout out to Harrow. Harrow nods, kind of like grabs the reins. And the nice thing is that he's not. The wagon is connected through like a Y-frame yoke that goes around both sides of the back of the horse and then connects just in front of its hind legs onto this harness that almost looks like a saddle, and it's huge. So fortunately, he's not having to like convey the momentum through the reins, but there is a significant as the wagon is yanked forward, and there is now a lot more impact on those wheels as you are darting through this terrain. The horse's
Bye, Winter Guard.
enhanced perception is definitely helping. Actually, that is a really good point, isn't
Is
it?
Plan B them getting eaten by a T-Rex?
Yeah, it definitely. That was what I was thinking. This definitely seems like the unintended plan B that we never came up with, huh?
I mean, I don't really want that.
You said they'll be fine. You guys don't die.
It's a little bit more
Unless
complicated than I can just explain in the moment. Harrow? And Harrow's like, I don't know, sir. I'm adjusting as fast as I can. And he's definitely a lot more harried. As the horse bolts off at double its normal speed, you see out of the right hand of the wagon, you pass one of the Winter Guard, and he kind of, and he doubles down. Their horses can move faster because they are not holding a wagon behind. But now I have to actually make some checks for them to see how well they are riding through this terrain. Okay. Okay. All right. You ride for about a minute, and then there is a panicked scream of a whinny as the horse's haste wears off, and it is
Whoops.
now lethargic for 6 seconds. So it has a movement speed of 0, which essentially,
Momentum.
yeah.
Whoops.
Cast it again, quick!
All
I
right, here we
need
go.
well, before we do that,
Oh.
let's see. I am going to roll. Okay. The horse's enhanced speed. It's snorting heavily. It's running as fast as it can. And all of a sudden, this hasted magic wears off of it like a wave, and its hooves dig in, and as it does, it pushes back. Can everyone in the carriage please make me a dex save?
Ah, damn it.
This is how I die, getting flung out of the carriage.
Those are pretty solid.
look,
I gotta
Nicholas!
say. Mia, you end up about halfway out one of the windows as the wagon comes to a sudden stop. The horse halts in abject primal fear, and as it does, that Y yoke, all that momentum kind of forces into itself, and it twists. And as it twists, the horse flips over, the yoke cracks in half, and the wagon up
Can I?
slams into the ground.
Does it start to like flip or anything, or is it just like hitting the ground like a broken wagon, essentially?
It flipped over in the air, hit the ground, and did
Okay.
about a quarter flip before sliding.
Okay, I will grab it in the air before we do that then, because that sounds painful.
With
Telekinesis.
okay, roll me a
Since I'm
charisma
already
check.
halfway out the window anyways.
Yeah.
Try to do that.
Flash of
Charisma.
genius.
Okay, it's a DC 15, Flash of Genius. Okay. As you are out the window, you see as this perspective shifts, you see you get thrown out the window and you see the sky, and as you see the ground kind of flipping around towards you, you instinctually and as fast as you can reach into your staff and cast telekinesis onto the carriage. The wagon kind of like holds itself in the air and then onto the ground. Gently, without breaking. You hear
Well, let's
behind
find
you,
out.
Oh no.
as Mia explodes in something, you hear behind you shouts as well as a kind of like sudden impact.
Whoop. I'm sure that's fine.
And what happens with Mia?
Your hair falls out but grows back within
No.
24 hours.
Fuck that one. Why do I always roll that one?
For the next minute, all your spells with a casting
Casting time
time
better,
of one
no.
action have a casting time of a 1 bonus action. I'm gonna laugh if you roll a 55 and a 56.
That would
So,
be
yeah.
awful.
Hey, that's actually really helpful. As you guys, I'm just adjusting the map now, but as you guys slam into the ground, the horse is going to be like this and like that.
Is one of the T-Rexes chasing after us?
In this moment that you look behind, you see all 3 of them running in quick succession. Aerith, actually roll me a perception check.
Ah, shite.
Okay, 11. As you look, you see just in time, you see as the 3 Winter Guard are riding hard. They're crouched down. They're basically using their actions to dash to try to keep up with you, but they're still about 50 or so feet away from where the wagon crashed. And then just as you're looking at them like, okay, all right, we're safe. You see this this mass of leaves coalesce in the air, and then a Tyrannosaurus Rex built out of what looks like leaves and trees and colorful, vibrant, almost feather-like adornments appears like a misty step before it strikes down with a bite, and grabs one of the Winter Guard off of their horse before throwing it off to the side with a bite attack.
Whoop.
And as you guys take in this sight, that's when we need to roll initiative.
I was about to
Oh,
say
good
when
heavens!
I was gonna try and mental prison the one that was closest.
I mean, you could definitely try. The rest of you in the wagon managed to, like, as it started to flip over itself, you grabbed onto the seat, you grabbed onto the wall, you held yourself in position, and as it slammed into the ground, boom! It kind of like jostled you a bit, but having been caught by Mia, it wasn't nearly as sudden as it could have been. And I just realized that you guys aren't going to be able to roll on.
Are we gonna have to re-roll?
I'll just have to. I'm going to have to manually add you to the list.
God damn it!
Harrow is on the ground.
Hey.
Don't you have advantage, Ken?
No, I don't have the Helm of Awareness activated. I have it known, but I don't have it activated. Speaking of which, I'm probably gonna have to swap my.
Yeah.
I think I've only used the Soul Shatter module maybe like twice since getting it, and I keep forgetting about it.
I mean, that's
Oh,
literally how D&D works.
Right?
And then Aerith, as you stare at it, it throws the Winter Guard into the air with its bite attack and sees the rest of you, and then it vanishes.
Damn it.
Oh, that's
fine.
terrifying.
I'm sure that's fine.
I'm gonna move you guys, get you guys some. Stuff set up, get my music changed to do that one.
They're so pretty and colorful.
Right? Get
Why are they trying to kill us?
They're hungry. Your food. Roll 20 did it. It actually mapped it automatically for me. Oh, hell yeah.
You
Good
can't
job,
see it
Roll20.
though.
Oh, you can't see. Oh.
No.
You can see what? Our initiative rolls.
Yeah, I'm actually just going to ask you guys one by one to read them for me, so give me a second. Alright. Turn. Alright, Aerith.
18.
Okay, Oni.
27.
27. Nicholas.
20, surprisingly.
20. Okay. Ken.
9.
Alright. Mia.
And 10.
10. Okay. Alright. Got it. Get the Winter Guard in here, as they are fighting for their damn lives out there.
Well, 2 of them are.
The one you saw thrown to the ground is still alive. He hits the ground.
Oh, shit.
And he kind of like, "Ugh!" He's like picking himself up off of the ground, but he is. It looks like his right arm was almost dislodged entirely. There's blood all over him. He's definitely really fucked up.
Oh, Jesus.
The other two are still chasing down from behind. Tyrannosaurus arboreus, and then the one that disappeared
Is somewhere.
somewhere. All right. So as the wagon slams to the ground, you hear the shout behind you, Oni.
Damn it.
Mia, you see this like spark of magic kind of twist off of Mia. This like almost like a clock around her. What you doing?
Well, I guess it's time to do what we do, huh? Kind of step out of the wagon. See, there's a dude on the ground.
Hi, hero. Bye, hero.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll them into initiative 2.
Are the ponies gonna make it?
No.
Maybe they don't eat horses. Maybe they only eat
No.
people.
Friendship
One is
is
gonna
magical.
skedaddle up on top of this rock to try to get a better view of what's going on, and also bonus action gonna get the echo out.
I'm not gonna worry about these two. I'm gonna have both of them go on 10.
And just to be safe, because I know don't know where that other one teleported out to. I'm gonna spend a key point, patient defense, just for the off chance it pops up and tries to snap my shit up while I'm
Okay.
standing guard.
All right. Got it. Okay. All right. End of Oni's turn. Harrow will use his half his movement speed to stand up, and he turns. You see him like turn his head to the left. I mean, no disrespect, my lord, but please take care of the horse. And then he's going to charge off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Bitch, no! What if this was the defining moment and he doesn't survive the fight?
And as you see him run off, you see him throw both his arms out as these two long swords manifest out of nowhere, beautiful and curved, and like this black ornate handle into a silvery, almost snow-like blade as he uses his action to dash forward towards the battle. Nick, it's your turn.
You said there was 3 of them?
Yes.
Bollocks. Are we in a ravine right now? Or like, so what's scalable, what's not?
Kind of. The hills are going up off to the side, but they're not steep. They're at a pretty gradual grade. The rock that Oni's on is about 4 feet tall. There's a large stump that's about 3 feet tall that I had to hide some stuff on.
So if there was like a giant wall right there, would they be able to just go around it?
It would take
10
them time. They'd have to go around it, but the terrain would allow for it. Yeah.
Alright, 10 by 10s. You should probably link the spell. Let me do that.
10.
Be about that. So 10 by 10 would be like a block that size.
Just build a wall.
Ugh.
I'll move it. I know where you're trying to move it. I'm just Alright. Okay, as you cast out your wall of stone, so I was gonna move it. The game Roll20 hasn't liked me doing pictures today. Because I had to hide the stuff that's on this stump, and I was trying to draw circles, and it was not letting me do concentric circles, so that was the best I could get.
No.
Alright.
And I'd put that last block over there.
If it would let me grab it, I would move it, I promise you.
Okay, that's fine.
Roll20, please.
And then these guys who are right there, they're gonna get shoved to this side.
Got it. All right. See that like I literally highlighted these two and it grabbed that one. All right. So as you look out in the distance, you see as the 2 Tyrannosaurus are still running at you, and with a wave of your arm and the sparks of magic from your book, a massive wall of stone across the kind of divot that you're in. It's like a soft ravine. Anything else you want to do?
No, that's it. Can we get the stuff up and ready and get going before they figure out how to go around it?
All right. Aerith.
Yeah,
Oh,
easy.
sorry.
Just mend for another hour.
Did I? No, it is Aerith's turn. Okay. It's like, did I skip somebody?
I don't know, reverse time or something.
Rewind now.
Quick, time stop.
Does it take any movement to get out of the carriage?
No, you just jump out. It's like 5 feet. It's just like moving on the grid. Yeah.
Saunter out the window.
It might have been trickier if it landed on its side or top, but Mia caught it, so.
Alright, hold on. Changes things.
Are the T-Rexes taller than 10 feet? Can we still see their faces?
Yes, they are
Like
about
Attack
50
on
to
Titan
20
style?
feet tall. Yeah.
Neat.
They are Attack on Titan style right now.
I would like to vortex warp this guy
Okay.
closer to me.
All right, so within 90 to any place. Yeah, that's it. All right. As you see him kind of like lifting himself up, and he's like holding his right arm as the wall goes up. He takes a step back. You reach out with your magic. There's a look of confusion, and he looks back. Appears right there.
Yeah, right there.
Okay. Looks over at you and gives you a nod, and then he kind of with his left arm draws a longsword from his left hand hip, so he has to draw it like with like backwards and then flip it in the air, and he's gonna have to fight offhanded. But
Hope you're ambidextrous.
That was an action. For a bonus action, I'm going to use Healing Light,
okay.
and I'm going to use 2 die. Yeah, 2.
So we're not letting them get eaten.
Yeah, we're not letting them get eaten because that's fucked up.
But plan B.
I don't
It's plan B.
care. Hopefully that alleviates or heals his arm a bit.
Maybe Plan B is just letting him get knocked the fuck out in this fight, and then Archie and Harrow have to take them back while us and Bastille press on.
Plan B.5.
All right. As you cast out your spell, you focus on the largest damage that you can see, and you start to stitch it back together. But there was quite a bit of damage done with that one chomp. End of your turn is going to be him. He's going to stop. And then, did I actually copy? Oh my gosh. I didn't. Sorry, give me 1 second. I gotta find something in my notes because I didn't write it on the game like I thought I did.
How dare. No, I'm kidding.
I know. He shouts out, Alaria, I'll get your mount. You stay with our friends and protect Lord Bastille. And he will turn around and he's going to head back towards the horse that was... It's basically like up on its hind legs right now, rearing in fear, and he's going to ride up to it and attempt to...
Calm it down.
Cajole it? Calm it down? He like reaches out. Whoa, come on. No, it's all right. Come on. I'm a friend. It seems to be too afraid, honestly, because he didn't really roll that well. And it will then go running. Well, it'll actually go on his turn, which is that one. So, he's gonna try one other thing. Okay. As he reaches down to his own steed, he just whispers silently to it, and then you see as he vanishes and appears on the back of the panicked one. And then his will use the rest of its movement to run down here. This one is going to poof, 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 and as it leaps, almost like it's going to leap over the wall. I'm so sorry. It was such a good idea. They could teleport. It hits the ground and turns around and down at the Eladrin that was riding this way. And as it does, it rears back, and then the Tyrannosaurus is going to make his 3 attacks.
I come back and I see my wall has not worked.
It didn't necessarily.
He just said it was a good idea, but they could teleport.
That is, yeah.
As the horse rears back, the Eladrin on it ducks down as the jaws snap just over its head, and as it stands, as he kind of like rises himself back up to that full sitting position, the tail swings around and BAM! Right into his side. Takes bludgeoning damage, but stays on his mount. And then as he's kind of like reeling from it, he sees that the tail swings back around towards him again and ducks it down out of the way of that. He's then going to direct his horse to ride around without breaking that, and then he's going to draw his long sword and make his attacks. Second attack hits, the first attack misses, and it takes a little bit of slashing damage. Oh. Mia, it is your turn.
Ow. Yeah. Get up. Half the movement. 5, 10, 15. I'll fly up and perch on top of the wagon.
Okay.
So I can see.
Ironically, you're about the same height as the wall now.
The wall that didn't work. Poor Nicholas.
I didn't think they could always teleport. I was like, oh, like they could use it like a few times a day.
Yeah, they were chasing you. That teleport was part of their gate. Boom, 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 boom.
Man.
Boom, boom.
Well, if you guys want to get on top of a wall, there you go.
Right? Boy. Yeah, okay, I'm still gonna do the thing because it's funny.
Okay.
But just be sad that Nicholas's wall didn't work. I will animate part of it.
Part of the wall.
Yeah.
Just have it fall on him.
I think I can only get 2 of the blocks, but
You do. It is a non-magical wall. All right. Okay, what do you do?
I'll have these 2 pieces at the end, and tell it to try to like squish the dinosaur,
All right,
or like hold it still.
These two?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you reach out, the stone, because they're not like full squares. This is actually just like a chunk, but you reach out
Yeah,
to
they're
the,
like 6 feet or 6 inches thick, like
Mhm.
square.
Yeah. You reach out to it and like grab it with your animate objects and instill it with that vitality, that ability to control itself. And as it kind of bounces into life, these are do the. What does it always say?
Are you fine, or do you explode more?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
No, I just went off, so. But I do get to cast more stuff because that was a bonus action.
Decide.
That's true.
How many of it can you bring in again?
So if they're large objects, which I assume they are,
Mhm.
then I can only do 2.
Okay.
Because I can do a total of 10 objects, and large ones count as 4.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I'm actually just going to pull this up in a little bit of an easier way to read it.
Yeah, it's kind
Yeah,
of
that
squished.
table is much easier. Okay. All right. As they leap up, they will attempt to. I'm going to have them attempt to restrain
Yeah,
the Tyrannosaurus. So, what the first one will do is a grapple,
turn it
and
into
the
a
second
sandwich.
one will do a second grapple to restrain it. So, roll me a strength check for them, which will be a d20 plus 2.
20 plus 2. That's
Okay.
2. Terrible,
Um,
and still not terribly great.
The second one does get them though. The first one, as it kind of slams up against it to try to grab it, the T-Rex just shifts its massive body weight, and the stone kind of just wobbles away. The other one floats around and slams itself into the T-Rex and actually manages to like hit it and push up against it, and it is, for all intents and purposes, now grappling it.
Okay, and then
T-Rex sandwich.
right, that's what I was trying to do. So it was funny. Am I
Alright.
further than 60 feet away?
Yes.
Just barely.
Just barely. But you do have some more movement.
Okay, then I will 10, 15.
Well, actually, because you stood up, right? Yeah, no, I think
Yes.
that's actually all your
Okay,
movement.
that's about it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right. And next one is Mr. Dude who went invisible. And he's not even gonna move. Like, he got shifted, but you see where the one that went invisible, like a little bit off to its right, where the stone had shifted it away, reappears out of that invisibility. Oh, what a waste of advantage! I rolled a 1 and a 2.
Nice.
As one should.
At least the next one was a natural 20.
No, fuck you.
As the tail swings around and slams into the Eladrin, who's trying to get control of the panicking horse, and hits into his back and sends him like reeling forward a bit, and he catches himself on the mount. Wasn't enough to cause any like significant damage, but it definitely hit him and it hurt. As he turns around just in time to see as the tail is positioning itself above him and slams down on him. He raises up his gauntleted arm to try to like absorb that impact, which he does. It doesn't crush the horse, but he does take some more damage. Ken, it is your turn.
Oh boy. All right, let's go ahead and armor up. Go ahead and get that out of the way. All right, let's gonna, I guess, jump out the backside and then fly up, and
Okay.
then like, I guess, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okay.
Gonna use 3 charges of justice for fire,
All right.
and we're gonna shoot at this one.
Which one?
The one attacking.
Okay,
This one.
got it.
The not sandwiched one.
Not sandwiched.
The Duffner fire.
Boo, boo. 15. 15 just misses.
Oh.
Just misses. As you hop off, your armor clicking around you, you hit the ground and leap forward, and as the rune activates this burning kind of flash across the armor, you drop the Vidofnir weapon system down this large crossbow mounted onto your shoulder. 2 shots. The first one goes right by its head. It seems to cut through some of like the foliage that makes up the almost like fur on the sides of its cheekbones. The second one reflects off of one of the horns. Neither one actually able to find its mark. Anything else you want to do?
I guess that's pretty much it.
I feel it. All right. Which one was this? This one was the one that was wounded. Okay. He looks at you, Aerith, and gives you a nod. He's got his sword in his hand, but at this moment, the large steed is still like panicking and trying to pull itself off the ground. He looks over his shoulder and sees that. I had also intended for Archie and Bastille to go out on initiative 10 to go and start checking on it and trying to help this large creature. They're not just going to sit around and watch you guys fight, but they also want to see what you're capable of. So he's going to go and try to help them. And I'm going to make a few rolls. Okay. It seems to be going, but not going well.
Alright. Love to hear.
Awesome.
What's the worst that could happen?
Let's see.
It seems to be going, but not going well.
These things large.
Huge.
Fuck.
Get there. Speed right. 1, 2, 3.
Nope.
And then
Not fuck. Oh yeah. Never mind.
Unfuck.
is going to appear opposite because they're just going for food. They're like food oriented, and is going to strike out. Boom. Wham, wham. All right. He snaps down with a bite, similar to like that same hit as the one behind it slams its tail into this elf and kind of bucks forward. He turns his back as you see this one disappear and then reappear, turn around on spot and snap its jaws down with a natural 20. He takes a
Wait,
significant amount of
Who's he
damage.
grabbing?
He hasn't
That guy?
grabbed anyone.
Oh, okay.
He's biting someone.
Actually, it is grappled. But he's just gonna kind of toss him. He doesn't really want to hold him in his mouth.
Nom nom nom.
Were you gonna do something?
Nah, if it was one of us, yes, but
Oh, okay. He then
I'm
kind of like
still
like
on
your
plan
priorities.
5. Yeah, I'm still on plan B.5, so.
he bites down and tosses the elf down to the ground. He slams him with a hoof, and as he does, the tail raises up and slams down on him.
He's fine.
The kind of like the body of him bucks against the ground. You see it kind of pop into the air, blood kind of like not spurting but spraying softly around him from just the brute force impact. And as you kind of watch this in slow motion, the tail comes around from the side and blam right into the rock wall.
The rock wall can take damage.
Which one are you again? I'm gonna go ahead and just make you all. There we go. I just need to remove somebody from the initiative order.
Ah, no.
No.
What about you've done, Mia?
Yeah, I could have saved him, but
That's all that one's move though.
Fine.
That's all its actions and its bonus action to teleport. So that gets us to Oni.
Alright.
An idiot sandwich. I saw it at first and I was like, why is he holding bread up to her ears? And then I read, what are you? And for whatever reason, the only thing my brain was reading was what are you over and over. And I was like, I don't get it. And then I read an idiot sandwich.
an idiot.
Have you not seen that meme everywhere else?
Mm-mm. I don't
Dang.
really meme that much.
Love me.
So I'm just gonna shoot across from the rock to stump over here, and then we're gonna bust out the new bow, just because I don't
Hell
think I
yeah.
can reach without dashing. So
I'm just gonna move you for 1 second because I gotta drop that on the map. There we go. There we go.
and this one's being grappled.
Yeah, it's currently being grappled by one of the rocks.
Okay. Then I will help that guy on the horse deal with that with some shots. And guess what? Because I'm using a bow, I can actually use my. It never really comes up. I can, as a bonus action, make my range attacks do more damage. It adds a D4 to all of them this turn.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
So, make sure Booming Blade's off. Do I need to? I know when they're prone, it's at disadvantage. While they're grappled, is it fine like normal attack?
Yeah. Let me make sure it's not advantage. Yeah, it's just a straight shot.
Okay, cool. 1, 2, 3.
Powerful
15
stuff.
just misses, but 20 hits. I'm gonna need you guys to roll better.
Alright, so 16 is the AC. Got it.
16 is their AC, yes.
So,
16 is the
17.
magic number.
Hell yeah. Alright, you draw your bow, this newly purchased recurve longbow, knocking the arrows. The first one flies wide. You have to kind of readjust how this bow works, but the second one lands its mark, and as it slams into the Tyrannosaurus arboreus, it looks at you and sees the second arrow coming and kind of twists its head just out of the way before it hits it. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Harrow's turn. He's kind of going to slide to a stop here with both of his weapons out and looks over at the rest of you. Um,
He has decided to turn evil.
He has decided to become Rose and be chaotic.
Are we planning
Confusion all
on
around.
Where do you think
killing
Rose
them
gets
or
it
trying
from?
to buy
That's
as
what I
much
was gonna say.
time as possible?
All right, he is going to yeah, he can get there. Okay, he is going to go straight for it, and since technically it is a creature within, he gets his advantage, and he draws his two swords. He's going to make his 3 attacks.
We love fighter.
He's actually a paladin,
Never
but
mind.
he still gets 3 because he has an offhand attack. But
Yeah.
I rolled a 26, a 15, and a 14 with 4
Nah.
hits. Oh wait, no, advantage.
There you
Yes.
go.
How could I forget? So okay, all right. I had done that.
Give that
intentionally.
advantage, horse.
There you go. Boom. All 3 hit. As you see him like leap forward, lands into position, and with this 3 heavy strikes that hit, each one kind of pulses with this blast of cold energy that seems to just emanate off of these wintry blades that he is wielding. Ken, you notice something familiar about his fighting style. You've only seen this one real salvo so far, but when you saw him land that kind of crouched up position before the quick 3 strikes, you've seen one other person fight like that. Thorn. Before he abandoned you.
Abandoned.
16, 31, 33, 43, 47 points of damage. That is Harrow's turn. Nicholas, it is your turn.
All right. Do we want? Bollocks.
What do you think? I will do one narrative thing as Harrow rushes up into position. He'll shout over his shoulder, "Elnariel, get Aswin out of here! I'll hold them off."
I was about to say, if we could buy an hour, would that be enough? Or do we want him killed, but I'm too far away?
An hour?
I can buy us 1 hour, but I have to be closer. Or I could... I want to be at least a little closer for it to be effective. Otherwise, I could only get one of them. I'd at least want to get 2. Beans. Oh, I'll just firebolt.
Aw, beans.
Hurts my short legs.
I seriously need just one of Chekhov's comics of, like, just sketch Nicholas with just a speech
Beans.
bubble. Ah, beans.
I'll send them the clip. No.
All right. Which one were you aiming at?
The one that's getting crushed.
Okay. All right.
Can I bonus action shove myself a little bit closer?
Sure, you're a willing creature within range.
Next
You can
turn,
always shove yourself.
I'm trying to time stasis at least 2 of them. So we only have to deal with the 1 at a time.
Hey, that would definitely help.
Yeah?
Yeah, you can telekinetically shove one creature that you can see within 30 feet of you. You are a creature you can see within 30 feet of you, so you 100% could just shove yourself 5 feet. All right. Okay. As Nick hops into the fray, running up past the kind of panicking Valinor steed that is still trying to get its hooves under its feet, you release your firebolt cantrip. It slams into the T-Rex, and then there's a little whoop of Nicholas shifting behind you. Aerith, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Bonus action, Blade Song.
Okay.
And then, I'm going to Mental Prison. Right up here. This one.
Okay. That is a
Intelligence save.
saving throw. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it.
Charm
That's a
the
7.
T-Rex.
That's a 7. It does have advantage because Sylvan nature. So give me 1 second. Okay, that's a 2.
Yes.
You love to hear it. You love to hear it.
Roll me your. Go ahead. Roll damage.
Oh shit, that's right.
5d10.
Hell yeah. Oh, nice. Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
I was
right?
almost max. Hell yeah, dude.
Right?
Oof.
Jesus.
All right, and it's psychic damage.
We need to fight plant dinosaurs more often. Eric's in his element, dude.
Apparently.
All right. And you were going for the one in the back, right?
Yeah, the one farthest.
Okay. As you reach out with your mental prison, you feel as this creature's mind, hungry and wild, succumbs to your will. You implant in it this memory of burning flames, freezing cold, crackling lightning, bursting around it, surrounding it in this field of just painful energy, and it roars back. Anything else you want to do?
I'm going to shoot this one.
Okay.
I'm gonna shoot my gun.
Haha.
That hits.
Hey.
Target succeeds if it's immune. Da-da. Okay, it doesn't even get a follow-up save.
No.
Nope.
And it takes
That
more
is-
damage if it tries to move out of
Yeah,
it.
that is dope. That is super dope.
That's why
And
I picked it up.
and it blocks vision, so their Sylvan blink doesn't work.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
See, I'm
Okay.
smart.
All
Good
right.
fuck.
All right. All right. I ask these things because it's its turn next, and as it roars in panic and pain, you see is like shadows within this whirling ball of. Actually, it's a mental prison, so you don't even see that. You see as it like bites forward at something that you can't see before reeling back, like "Roar! Roar!" And it's just screaming in place. That's all it does. This one is going to take his attacks because that's what we're here to do. Oh, he did not do well. He
No.
swung out. Both blade strikes scratching against the like almost bark-like scales of the lower body of the Tyrannosaurus arboreus. Mia.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 35? 35, okay. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. That here, and then I want to. Can I straight line shot through the both of them but not hit the horse? Hopefully.
Oh, these two.
Yeah.
Potentially. If you
Okay.
want to keep the horse safe, I'm going to give them half cover on their dex save, so they'll have a bonus. If you want to hit them and ensure that they get hit, then it'll just be a flat save, but the horse will have to
Sorry,
make one
horse.
as well.
Sorry, horse. I'm going to lightning bolt.
Okay. I thought I was going to eat the horse.
That, and I'm going to. Alright. Did not do what I wanted it to do. But I'm also going to transmute it to fire
Okay.
and empower.
Okay.
So, one sorcery. That.
What's your spell
This.
save DC?
22. Yeah, that is right.
Okay.
And now I need to figure out how to make it go. Lightning bolt. There
Lightning
we go.
bolt.
Lightning bolt. That. I'm
And-
going to re-roll
With 3 ones, you can.
3. Yeah, 3 ones. I can do up to my charisma modifier, which is 5. So I'll re-roll the 3 ones and the 2. So 46. Okay. Roll 4d6. Better.
That is much better. So 12 more, 20, 55. Okay. As you take your position and kind of line up the battlefield, you see the horse panicked and whinnying between these two massive creatures, kind of like trying to run one way, not knowing how to get out of there. And
Duck horse.
in that
Duck
moment,
horse, what?
it, it is an unfortunate sacrifice that must be made as you.
Oh, he didn't duck.
It rolled a natural 1.
Oh, oh,
No.
As the
Even
didn't
at
roll.
bolt,
16.
the lightning bolt, even with the
Well.
6. Well,
No.
22.
Yeah.
I mean, if you,
yeah.
what is its dex score? Because I could maybe help you bump
They
it
have a
up,
plus
but
2. They have a plus 2.
so 18, 19, 20,
I will
21.
say, if you can get it to a save, it will survive.
Okay, here, roll a d4.
Alright?
You have a chance, horse. Use it wisely.
Alright, that's a 3. And you were going to give it a
Aw.
16?
I'll give it an 18 just to be sure.
Okay, so it's 21. Plus 2 from its save is 23.
Yeah.
Does it?
Okay.
There, it's saved.
So as you
Fine.
release your lightning bolt, this lump in your throat, this love of creatures, of everything, this memory of seeing the beautiful animals last night at the circus, you twist out and reach out with your own heart, really, and bend magic, giving this horse just its ever slightly greater chance. And as it does, Nick reaches out simultaneously, feeling that kind of desire palpable in the air, and enacts a vision that he had seen this morning. One that didn't make sense, two things harrowing around a center, and one that was going to just barely get out of the way of a blast of firing light. And as you release the lightning bolt cantrip, it crackles across the arena, and as it passes Oni, it turns into this twisting ball of fire that roars across like these three streams, all twirling around each other. Boom! Through all three of them, you hear as the horse whinnies in dire pain, but taking 22 points of damage, is left with 3 hit points.
You're fine.
I like when we put more effort into saving the horse than the guy.
Yeah, well, he's fine. They can't die. The horses, I assume, could die.
The
Maybe.
Tyrannosauri are both wounded by it and angered by it, and as the one the closest to you turns around as the flames still lick up from the impact point, it roars out across past Harrow, past Oni, and at Mia.
Uh-oh. Can my second sandwich bread try to restrain
Yeah.
this? Okay.
Yeah, and you also get an attack with your main one, because you can still attack something while it's grappled.
Heck yeah. So you said it was a d20
Plus 2, because it's a strength
Plus
check against its
two.
own strength. But I have not been rolling well for them, so it's possible. Unfortunately, even not rolling well,
Rolled the same
still
thing.
does it. But you can still make an
Alright,
attack
and then
roll.
what do I roll for the attack roll? Oh god.
For a large, it is a plus 6 to hit.
Oops. Not a d26. 17.
Hits. Roll me 2d10 plus 2. As your one rock attempts to slam itself in and kind of sandwich it, the Tyrannosaurus slides its arm,
Get
kind of its
squished.
shoulder out of the way, and as it does, the other one shifts itself around and kind of like wham, smacks it in the head.
And
Nine
then I'm
points of
going
bludgeoning.
to also, because I forgot that all my stuff is all bonus actions. So I'm going to action Ray of Frost on this first one.
Okay.
God damn it. Why can't it just roll when I click on it?
I don't know. I'm gonna move us over
Oh.
into Jumpgate this week. It's their
Very
new system, and it might run better. It's just things might look weird when we come back to it next week.
Jump gate.
Yeah, so it's that's what they're calling like the beta test for their new virtual tabletop. It's called Jumpgate.
Oh.
It's the Jumpgate's the one you have to be using in order to do it through Discord. You have to be using a Jumpgate game, and I can convert Tyranny into one. It's just I really don't want to lose everything.
Right.
Yeah.
So
That would
I
be
haven't
real
yet.
unfortunate.
But I'll back things up. I'll save it, and push come to shove, I'll just have to do a bunch of work to recover it from the backup. But it might function better in the newer system because it's what it's designed to do.
I believe in you.
Thank you. All right. As Mia releases the ray of frost into the Tyrannosaurus that has locked in on her location, the
Make him more mad.
three.
But you have 10 less movement speed until my next turn.
Oh, that's true. It did actually reduce their movement speed too.
So, slow down.
You see as Bastille and Archie and the Winter Guard Elnariel have helped get the horse back onto its feet, and it is still panicking, but they have it like by the reins and it's not running away. Simultaneously, because I haven't moved him yet, this one's going to. He's running back over to his master. Now, to be. It's not actually that one. I messed up my initiative roll.
A fourth one.
Yeah. This one who is currently grappled by the rocks. Ironically, they've been a bigger threat. He's going to
Eat the
try to
rock.
bite the rock that's grappling him off. It's a 28 to hit. I think that hits the rock.
Yeah, it has an AC of
The question
10.
is, which AC is it using? Is it using the AC from my spell?
That's
Or
true.
her spell?
Yeah, because mine gives it an AC and an HP, but his also gives it an HP and an AC as well.
What
And I
is
think
the-
his are better.
Yeah, but I stopped concentrating on it for the.
Well, then they disappear at all, actually.
I'll leave the rocks there, because essentially what he did is the wall of stone, as magic goes, shifts the earth, rising it up into stone. And then when the spell ends, it crumbles away and kind of disintegrates and dissolves like liquid back into where it was. So now there's just holes in the ground where those chunks of earth were, but as soon as you took it with the animate object, your magic is
I
now...
can animate that stone.
Yeah, you're now basically maintaining the form of it, even
Okay.
though he's dropped concentration. So the other ones
Okay.
are gone, but those two
Yeah, so
are
then I
still
have an
there.
AC of 10 and an HP of 50.
Has 10 hit points left as it takes
Eh.
40 points of piercing damage from the
Poor
bite
rock.
as its head kind of slams down onto the rock and crunches down and stones go falling out, and it still didn't let it go, so it's going to twist its body and it's going to try to hit it with its tail.
Well, I don't think you can miss, so I think that one gets broken.
25 to hit for 29 bludgeoning damage as it slams into this rock. It also disintegrates into the ground and is no longer grappling him. But
this one can
but-
sure try.
No, because I guess you get your movement speed at the start of the turn. So yeah, he has no movement speed, so he can't teleport, can't move, and that was all his stuff. So cool. Ken,
He-
your turn. Oh, he has one thing he can do.
No.
He's going to like lower his head and growl and vanish.
Oh. What?
No, no, no.
Counter spell. No, I'm kidding.
I don't think it was a spell.
All right, Ken, your turn.
All right. We're flying. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Get right there.
Okay.
Let's try to keep shooting at this one.
Alrighty. It's definitely looking like it's the most messed up in the moment.
Here, get up here.
Ooh. Oh yeah,
Much better.
much
Get
better.
on.
And you still have your sigils running from the Fang.
Uh-huh. Ah,
Not the Fang. Truth. Justice. God, I
Justice.
cannot. I'm getting it all messed up, man.
All
I
of
like-
them all together.
Oh my God. 21. All right. Another 23. All right. It's
Hell yeah.
getting there. It can't take much more of that. Maybe another salvo like that, and that one is no longer a threat. Anything else you want to do?
Just keeping my eye out because I saw that one disappear and I don't like it.
All right. This one, having helped the Archfey get the horse back on his feet, is going to run and kind of mount back up onto his steed. Ride. 2, 3, 4, 5. He's going this way. He looks like he's riding down on you, Aerith, but you can see him looking past you at the body of the Eladrin that fell in the distance. This one's turn.
Uh-oh.
Maybe he's a cleric. I'll revive him.
Yeah, sure.
I like that optimism.
It can only really, it has to go like right there, technically. So it's gonna take it. Is the shadow out? Did you summon the shadow out?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure. So the shadow's there too.
He's like, hey, get me.
Okay. He's gonna take an attack from somebody, so he's going to go 5, 10. I'll let it go this way. He's gonna go to here.
The horse
and
gonna
then-
kick him in the back of the head on the way out.
Actually, the horse could. The horse could. As it kind of steps away, it doesn't leave Harrow's range, but it leaves the horse, and I'll get the steed.
Get
a
him,
kick.
horse.
Get him, horse.
Oh, that was a 19 to hit for 15 bludgeoning damage.
Hey. That's
That
not
was-
enough.
Boy, horse.
As it kicks out wildly from the shock and the pain and the fear of all of this, the Tyrannosaurus staggers a little bit before boom, boom, and then reappearing right behind it next to Shadow Oni and Ken. It then takes one more step forward out of that momentum in order to get within bite range, which takes it out of the Shadow's and Ken's attack radius. So you can both make your attacks of opportunity.
I was about to say, I was about to fuck this dude up.
Alright, 18 hits. Okay. 31 hits.
That was min damage on the punch.
13 and the
Oh.
okay. It's so unfortunate, but that was such a good try. Does 23 hit me?
Please don't eat me. Yeah?
You take 30 piercing damage, and you are currently grappled.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
The T-Rex is then going to make an attack against Shadow Oni. Shadow Oni is dispersed with a 26 to hit. Actually, do you have something that could?
Well, I was gonna take the shot for Mia with the shadow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you
I
can do that.
didn't want to interrupt because it sounded like you had a string of things, but I could definitely see her, so the shadow kind of intersplices that. So
Okay.
it definitely gets popped still, but it saves me a 30-something damage.
It does. So as the bite goes down, the shadow having just done its attack of opportunity, you're kind of watching from that position, and as it goes to bite, there's this flicker of movement as the shadow appears seemingly in the same space as Mia. Mia, you feel almost like the jaws are slamming in around you, but they don't hit you, and as it kind of all passes through you in this very, like, almost clipping kind of way, you see the wisps of kind of grayish black smoke that make up Oni's shadow as it is dispersed.
Slowly opens one eye like, okay, that didn't hurt.
As you open the eye, the tail comes around from the side with
Ow.
a 26 to hit. And you take 21 bludgeoning damage.
That's better than 30-something, right? I think
Yeah.
it's a little bit of damage.
And as you stagger off to the side, the tail kind of passing through in this momentum, turning and then coming back towards you. Does an 18 hit?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I don't think you could miss me.
You take 23 points of bludgeoning damage as you just get kind of slapped around a bit by its tail.
Ow.
All right, and that is its turn. Oni, it is your turn.
Well, it has conveniently set itself up for a really bad time now.
It has.
Hello, Constitution. Oop. That's gonna roll twice. Don't roll twice. Stop rolling.
Oh no, if we take that last roll as canon, then it... No.
That was a canon event. It was always supposed to happen.
I mean, if I do lose my concentration, just the one block turns back into mush. It's
Right.
not a big problem, but
Yep, he's gonna skedaddle on in, flying in, leading with a hard elbow across the back of this thing's head.
All right. As you fly in with your people's elbow, crunch! You feel as the bones beneath finally give way, and what little resistance this creature had left, maybe 2 hit points it was sitting on, finally give in, and with the thunderous boom from your elbow, you kind of reflect yourself back in this counter arc before landing on the ground, and the T-Rex onto the ground in front of Mia.
Alright. I'll take
And you-
another 20 forward, and then I go back out. And that's my turn.
All right, that is fair. All right, Harrow, seeing you take care of that, the other one's vanished. This one is just kind of going crazy. It's going to run in. He's going to run past the body, kind of set himself up in front of it in that like protective stance, and unleash his attacks. These don't have advantage, but that's fine.
I'm
His
sure you
natural
will.
1 misses, but
Believe
bam,
in your
bam.
hero.
2 heavy hits, 39 points of damage as he hits once with his main hand, once with his offhand. The second attack with his main hand, unfortunately, going wide. That is action, bonus action for him. Nick, it's your turn.
I don't like that I don't know what one of them is.
Fine.
Because my original goal was to time stasis it, and now I can't see it.
Oh no.
And I think I'm
Stay
too
safe,
far.
Nick. Stay safe. We believe when we saw 3 attacks. That was a solid 70-something damage in its turn. Stay safe, my
Yeah.
boy. We
Don't get
believe.
eaten by a T-Rex.
I'm just going to move away from where I think the T-Rex is,
Okay.
and then firebolt the other one.
Okay.
Get light that plant on fire.
Right? Hell yeah. So close.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa.
I was trying to scroll down and I accidentally clicked show spell description.
What a spell description.
Esoteric knowledge.
Okay.
We find out Nick's actually not a wizard, he's a fucking warlock this whole time.
I
What
mean,
did
that's kind of what
Zariel
a
is
wizard
his patron.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, Mystra is the god of magic, and if you are a warlock to the god of magic, are you a
So-
warlock or are you a wizard?
A
That
warlock.
is actually a really good question.
Do you cast with intelligence? Because if so, you're still a wizard. So we're safe. You haven't made a deal yet, right? You haven't sold your soul for magic?
I mean, kinda. Think I'm alive. What do you think I'm alive?
Right? You kinda, that's exactly what you did.
So as you
Todd is
skedaddle,
actually his patron and we don't realize it. He thinks he's working for Mister, but it's actually Todd the whole time.
Yeah. Oh god, no.
all right. So as you skedaddle across, getting away from the one that had turned invisible, release your firebolt at the one that is still panicking and trying to figure out why everything seems to hurt when it gets close to it. Anything else you want to do?
Anyone want shoved 5 feet? Alright, if not, that is my turn.
Okay.
If you want, I won't say no to getting shoved 5 feet.
Alright, I'll shove you 5 feet.
I'll definitely go for it.
There you go.
I won't complain.
As you see Oni kind of running towards what's left of the fray, you reach out with your telekinetic shove and give him a nice tap on the back. He skips forward an extra 5 feet. Aerith, your turn.
I'm gonna shoot this one. I
Okay.
have in a mental prison.
Good. Yes, you do.
Cause I can.
Yeah, I'm learning that is a spell I do not want to fail. Oh,
Right?
wow. All right. Yep, that hits.
That's my turn.
Wow.
Hey. Good fireball.
Good firebolt.
That was
You're rolling
a
so
really
good.
good
I know.
fireball.
What the fuck is going on? You know what? It's
All
probably Microsoft Edge, not Chrome. Maybe that was my whole problem, was using Google Chrome.
Right?
You were
Probably.
cursed with Chrome this whole time.
Destroying your rolls.
I know.
That's why you're always dying.
Gonna move here.
Okay. As you raise the Sicarius and kind of in that quick draw, bang bang of both shots. The second one, the firebolt cantrip, focused through your weapon. The first hits wham into the Tyrannosaurus. The second one burns away like a big scorch mark on the side of its face. It is very angry at you, but it can't see you.
It just knows pain.
Can't it hurt you?
Only pain.
This one, you did. This will just be more fun. You hear to your left, Aerith, boom, boom, boom,
Shit.
heavy footfalls. Fortunately, it means that it doesn't get an attack or advantage on the attack because you know it's there. But 25 to hit.
Oof.
Hold on. Hold on.
Hold on.
Shield.
Okay. You raise your shield just as the Tyrannosaurus arboreus materializes in front of you, and its teeth kind of dig into the arcane barrier that you have erected. It then like twists back, and in this really quick whoom, swings its tail around. It's going to make one attack at the Eladrin, the second one at you.
Ow.
The first one was a 20 to hit him, which does hit them. The
Jesus.
second one is a natural 20.
You.
No, it's not. It's 13.
Hey.
Okay. So that's a 25,
No. Fuck
which
you.
means that it hits your shield. As you see this tail flying in at this perfect angle to just catch Aerith like right in the small of the back, you cast out your portent, Nicholas, and it's hard for me to like. I try to narrate how you see these things coming, but it's more of like in that moment you just know that there's something you can do to change how this all unfolds. And as you enact that subconscious knowledge, twisting the universe around, you see as the tail flicks just a little bit and hits the shield, causing no damage to Aerith. The Eladrin will ride his horsey up into flanking position and make his attacks with advantage. So that is a 16 and a 20, so both hit. Shing shing. Tiny bits of damage, but you do what you can.
Yeah,
Right.
every little bit helps.
Mia, it is your turn.
Alright. I would like my square to go back to trying to grapple him.
Roll me a d20 plus 2.
Plus 2. Do better. 14?
I got a 13.
Hey!
We've managed to do this twice. As you float your block over, and it kind of like latches onto him. A little bit of the stone shifts just enough, like a hand, and grabs onto the tiny little T-Rex arm on the front of it, and roars down at it.
Earth hug.
Okay. And then I'm just going to... this one at higher level. Go! God damn it. Why am I fun? Never gonna learn.
How did you cast it from your spell list?
It just usually, if it comes up with the, hey, what level do you want to cast this at, then shouldn't it, like, roll the spell, not post
You
the
fool!
blurb?
26 definitely hits.
Right? Shame on me, I guess. What is it?
One. Acid or
8 and
thunder?
1? Let's do acid.
Okay, and it was the one closest to you?
Yeah.
Okay, 31. Alright. As you cast out your chaos bolt, releasing this warbling energy through the air, it shifts into that deep kind of caustic green, slamming into its side. It's not happy. Anything else you want to do? Because that was only a bonus action.
Oh. Why? No. Actually, this first. Whoops. That. And this. And 83-19.
Got an 83-19.
Oh, that one wouldn't be great, although it would heal me, but it wouldn't be great for everybody else. But what's 19? Well, I also don't like that one.
19, you cast grease centered on yourself. 83, each creature within 30 feet of you takes 1d10 necrotic damage.
Do it.
Right, but I also heal, so I might do that one.
I will
Yeah,
say-
you injure everybody else around you.
Let's move him there.
But you're
so
just
that
like,
they
I feel
know.
refreshed.
It's fine.
Okay, so that's the one you're choosing?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Sorry.
Roll a 1d10.
Yeah, roll 1d10.
Never mind.
It's a low number, but it's a lot of things within 30 feet of you, so
Right?
it
So I
should
could get a
heal
lot
you
of
a
health
decent
back.
amount.
I know. That's why it won out.
Because I was just moving the horse. I'm going to put him there.
There, I missed Nick. That's the only thing that matters, right?
Yeah, just outside of it. 4 points to
Everyone.
everyone.
The T-Rex,
1, 2, 3,
me.
4, 5, 6, 7. 7 things?
2, 3.
Because it's centered on you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the echo gets popped.
It's not a creature; it doesn't get popped.
Oh, it doesn't get popped.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't
Okay,
take
cool.
damage.
Good. Then I
Which is
don't forget
unfortunate
about
because even if it did pop, I could resummon it. It would have been 4 more health for
that.
him.
Right.
Did I mess up your? No. Okay.
So is it
It
6
wouldn't have been the
creatures?
it wouldn't have been the end of
Yeah.
the world.
So you get
I get 24 health
24
back.
hit points back.
That's good.
But yeah, that's also why I can't flank with it because it's
Not considered a
it's
creature.
yeah, it's basically me. So if you wanted to, you could make the argument that only gets hit by it twice, and I would be fine with giving her another 4 because I'm at full
think-
health. I don't mind.
I think we'll leave it unconnected right now, just for precedence sake.
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard
Alright,
a little, everyone around me a little bit, and then Ray of Frost. The
Ray of Frost.
T-Rex.
All right. The far one or the close one?
The close one.
Okay. All right, and it is the far one's turn as it continues to panic, but it's going.
Is it gonna
Do
move?
it. Attack him.
Is it gonna move? Is it gonna
'Cause then you-
attack?
Then you take a shit ton of damage.
Yeah.
Do it.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Roll a d20, make a decision.
Thinking. I'm thinking. Oh, I haven't even been.
I don't think there's a save for it, but
There
if
really
it tries to
isn't.
attack,
The
or
only
move
thing that could
through it.
maybe break it or free it is if I drop concentration.
Yeah.
That's
have to
the
drop
only
con.
thing, but I haven't
All
been
right,
paying.
roll me your 10d10 because it
10d10,
as
get
a
it!
wild
Yay.
animal, it just wants to run right now, and it knows the direction it came from, and it knows that all of the pain is coming from beyond what it can see in the direction it was heading in. So as it roars out,
56.
that was such a good roll, man.
I like the 110 right at the end.
Yeah, right.
I needed you to roll under 50 in order for it to make it, but it doesn't. As it roars, you see this like flash as it turns invisible, trying to camouflage itself so that it can escape without you knowing where it's going. And then as it steps through the barrier, it and like rematerializes with this yelping, squelching roar of pain. Takes like 3 steps and then falls dead.
Oh, it killed itself with scarediness.
It did.
Well, great, now I don't have
Ken.
to concentrate on it.
All right, Ken, it's your turn.
Alright. 10, 15, 20, 25. Alright. Gonna shoot some more.
Alrighty.
Get him.
Pew pew. Yeah, get on.
Oh, yeah.
Let me just do 66.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright. 86. Got it. Okay. You kind of run into your position, taking up a nice wide open shot. Bam, bam! 2 heavy hits into its side. The power from Justice riding along with each arcane blast from Vidofnir. Anything else you want to do?
Try to find a way to get his attention.
Hey, big T-Rex man, pay attention to me.
Punch him in the face.
Roll me an intimidation check.
La 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 la. With Flash of Genius.
Okay. All right. Next is going to be the Winter Eladrin, who still is on his mission. 5, 6, 7, 8.
I'm sure
As
your
he runs
buddy's
by-
not dead by now. It's fine.
He kind of like passes. He goes, "Get back to the others! Go, go!" Pats the smacks the horse on the butt, and it's just gonna like whinny and buck and run, wounded down. There, he'll get up to here, and then he's gonna hop off and kind of gets down on the ground behind Harrow, gets his arm under his shoulder, and Harrow is going to he flicks his wrists, and both swords disappear, and he'll help him pick him up. Since I think you guys are gonna be able to handle
Get on.
the last one. Oni, it is your turn.
Alrighty. Skedaddle in right here. Give me old 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Give him a handful. Oh boy. Oh boy.
This one to lead off with, so I can kind of bring it right off.
Holy Jesus.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Is it gonna live?
49,
I'm
60.
gonna laugh if it lives with my HP.
If it does, one of you guys can clean it up because I don't think it goes for like 4 other people, and I don't want to use action surge just
That's
yet
fair.
in case we run into something else.
That is fair.
We didn't expect to see 3 giant like plant T-Rexes, so there's no telling what else is up.
I love it. Unfortunately, not quite enough. But as you jump into position, kind of ducking beneath this weird, massive wooden tree with these like, they're not leaves. They're like almost like pumpkin gourds hanging from them that give off this gentle light. You duck underneath it, get into a position like right at the base of the spine of the Tyrannosaurus and unleash your handful of attacks. The final one hitting with that heavy crunch as you jump back into your like defensive stance. It is still alive. It definitely knows who it's going to hit if it survives, but it doesn't have a lot of hit points left, so we'll see. Harrow will help Caswin help Elmariel get Caswin onto the horse. And that's going to be his turn. Nick, your turn.
All right, Nick, take care of him.
Alright, well. I can't see behind this log. Can I?
You can see, because it's big enough over it, like parallax, that you can see it up over it, even though the log is much taller than you are.
Oh, perfect. That works. I don't want to get closer.
Pew.
Let's hope this works.
That does hit.
Hey, just barely.
It had 19 hit points.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I
Nick,
love when that happens.
as you have been casting these fire bolts, how do you want to do this? What does this look like?
I mean, it's just a firebolt. I don't know.
But
You
he's
set him
just
on
a
fire.
plant.
Mustang,
true, just
Mustang,
go-
Mustang.
Burn right
Snap your
through him, I
fingers.
guess.
Okay. As you've been relying on this cantrip in battle, releasing them with these precise strikes, each one leaving scorching marks behind on these large, very scary creatures, as you're probably as big as their teeth. The final one, you gather together that energy and release it, and as it hits true, burns through the eye of the creature as it reels back in pain. The stone floating in the air, still holding it in position as it kind of roars and twists over towards Oni to try to like bite at him. And in that last moment, you could see as its life just gives, and is now being gently
Squish.
suspended by a stone.
No, the stone is gonna squish it into the ground.
Okay, as the
Hell yeah.
Tyrannosaurus pulls against the stone moves with it. Boom!
Swish.
And you guys are now out of initiative.
Before I drop concentration, it turns into mud.
You liquefy
And
it.
now it's a muddy dinosaur.
There's heavy panting from the Eladrin who managed to make it through unharmed. He rides around and they kind of like group up and head back down towards where everybody's at. What you guys doing?
Well, those were weird.
I feel bad for the one guy we did save.
He's fine.
As you say that, Bastille stands up. But we did save him. He was not devoured. His body can be returned to Sanao. He'll be back. He won't give up that easily, but he can't be trusted to get back there on his own, obviously. Pets the Valinar steed.
Oh dear. Okay. Well,
He walks up. You three have protected me through much, and you are as kin to me, but it is important that you are safe, that you are well, and our journey into Estrasalian could be even more harrowing.
That's his name.
Kind of like looks over at you and gives you a smirk, but doesn't really break the character of Bastille. Take Caswin to Sarnau. Get him home. Bring your steeds with you. And rest. You can escort Lord Archie back and keep him safe. And then I will return to Sarnau and see all three of you again. They kind of look between each other. My lord, we cannot abandon you in these wilds like this. It is our duty to stand by your side and protect you. It is your duty to follow my instructions. I have protectors, valiant warriors from beyond our realm, who have proven themselves, both to myself and to Lord Archie, that they are capable. You can trust that I will be safe with them. And then Harrow kind of walks in, and I will be going with him. He looks at all three of them, who all kind of just share looks.
He means
Daylight.
us. We're protectors.
We're pretty important. We're pretty strong.
The silence sits for probably about 10 seconds. The kind of like dust and everything that was kicked up during the battle is still settling in as this conversation's happening. And these Eladrin look at each other. Their one friend mangled almost beyond recognition, and slumped half over the backside of
He's
a horse.
fine.
He will be fine. They look down at Harrow. If anything happens to him, we will find you, Harrow. And Harrow looks up at them. I trust you to take as good a care as Archie, as I will be taking care of your charge. There's a tense kind of like trade in the air. Elnariel finally and like hops onto the mount that has Caswin on it. Very well. We will return to Sarnau. We will see to his recovery, and we will look forward to your return, my lord. Please be safe. Astrasalian is a dangerous place. Her agents are everywhere. Bastille nods. You as well. And he looks over at Archie. I trust you know how to ride a horse well enough to get home with them on this one. Archie, who's been just kind of like petting the horse, is just like, but of course. Well, let's gather what we need from the wagon, ensure that nothing else happens, and then we'll set off as well. He looks out over the rest of you, and it's up to you. As they start to head over to the wagon to gather food, supplies, water, and
Oh no. Oh, Todd, is your top hat okay?
you look in the wagon where you had left Todd after having him dislodged from you. His top hat is still on him. It was well secured with the small strap along his chin, and he seems perfectly fine.
Oh, good.
I like how that was such a priority for you.
As all
Can't
this
lose his top
conversation
hat
goes down,
before the gala.
Mia charges past everybody and like pushes past the horses and runs to the wagon. We all watch. Oh. This one is going to come over and start getting supplies. Archie will as well. And then this one, who was originally Bastille, puts one hand on your shoulder, Mia, and gives you a smile. Everything works out in the end.
Yep. Bye, Archie.
Safe
I
travels
guess-
to you as well. Annalise, I believe?
Yes. Yes.
Safe travels. And we are trusting you to keep our lord safe. Take this seriously.
Right. We miss you at the party.
It
You don't
gives
get
you,
to dance with us.
but we just danced, didn't we? Perhaps I didn't move as you did, but I saw your moves, and they were impressive.
Oh, the fighting. Yes. I'm pretty good at it. Even though that T-Rex almost ate me. But it didn't.
But it didn't. Bastille, would you mind doing your little trick on the yoke, so we can get the horse reattached? Just however it was that you fixed all of this.
Oh, yeah. We can get started ASAP.
You head over. I know that the wagon here has a T, but the one you're looking at is more like Y-shaped. Oh God, I didn't want it. I didn't want it to fill, but okay, I'll do that. So it's like that, but there's currently a big kind of crack going like right down this, where it's snapped
Yeah.
apart, and it's still like held together like halfway, but you have to push those wood fibers back together and cast your mending. It's probably gonna take about another half an hour. Well, the horses get readjusted, everyone kind of gets comfortable. They take a a cloak and wrap it around the body of the one who fell, and like rope him to the back of the horse so that he doesn't fall off on the ride home. Anything anybody wants to do? Well, repairs are made.
Before they wrap him up, can I ritually cast Gentle Repose just to ensure that he doesn't... Yeah.
Rot.
You head over to the body and you place the coins on the eye. Begin going about your ritual, and the Eladrin don't stop you, but they don't also understand what you're doing. There's a strange feeling. The way that Gentle Repose works is it's kind of like cold storage. You freeze and lock decay in position. The body before you, while dead, like
Very
definitely not alive, it's not decaying as you would expect. If anything, you feel like when you cast this spell out, and the spell works, and it takes effect, but you feel like it's a sponge, slowly absorbing water.
I shall finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And the spell seems to take normal effect, but that kind of oddity to it. That sensation was not one that you had ever sensed before, either interacting with somebody who had died, casting the spell on someone who had died, dying yourself. There's been some experience, and this was different. Harrow walks over, and the one horse that was wounded, he kind of takes his hand, and there's this like light glow of brilliant blue energy, and he puts it on the cheek of the horse, and it heals because he uses his lay on hands.
Heal the horse.
Yep. He'll take that same hand and that same bit of energy, and he'll put it on the shoulder of the other Eladrin, who gives him just a very grateful nod as he puts the last 36 bit of hit points he has into that man. His arm finally, like it was dislodged. They've got it like kind of harnessed up against his chest, and you can finally see his like the wash of pain looks like it finally releases as he uses his lay on hands. So that's what my NPCs are doing. Anything you guys want to do?
I'll cure wounds at level 2 with the guy with the arm sling.
Okay. Archie and him
Where
are
is it?
getting
Here it
things
is.
ready.
Mia's just awkwardly standing and watching and waiting for everybody to go away.
Oh, I didn't mean to close it.
I'm just going to spend 2 key points real quick. Take a deep breath. Recover the health that he took from Mia.
All right. Ironically, Aerith, the dude's still not at full health. He took a lot of damage.
Jesus Christ.
I know. He looks fine. Like he's not showing any physical wounds. He still has his arm in a sling, and he can't really move it. But he looks more just like battered, just tired, than he does like bleeding or wounded.
Okay.
Um,
That's all you're getting from me. No, I'm kidding.
After about half an hour, Ken and Nick, you finish casting up the mending cantrips. The wagon is ready to be kind of like pulled back into a place where you can, because you were heading this way, where you can hitch up the large Valinar steed. We call it a great steed. On the front, Archie hops onto the back of one of the horses. The
horse hops
two
onto the
other
back of the Eladrin.
hop onto theirs, and they kind of like everyone looks over each other as we get ready to depart on the next part of this journey.
And here I thought we were just gonna go to a party and enjoy ourselves.
I know.
It can never be that easy.
As you say that, stepping into the wagon, Bastille kind of chuckles and goes, "Haven't you heard? Anytime you're going somewhere, one thing always happens. We're never quite sure what it's going to be, but something."
One.
It's been more than one. That's the problem. It's always more than one.
No, well,
Maybe one thing for each one of
There's
us.
the action.
One.
That we had three of them.
he puts up like one finger to his mouth over to Oni and Mia with like a well, maybe two things, one unintended thing. Anyway, and he looks out the window. You all be safe, please, and take care of Sarnau for me, as you always have, Archie. Archie looks up. But of course, my lord, enjoy the gala. Send my greetings to Lady Titania and the others, and I look forward to hearing all about your wonderful evening when you return, my new friends.
Okay, it's time for you to go now. Bye.
Farewell. And they turn their horses, and with Archie in the lead, the three horses ride away. And as you all kind of sit down in the wagon, Mia sighs, Bastille raises his fingers, and click, click, click. Your memories are restored. Well, that was fun.
It's too hard to be lying and also be confused.
I am so sorry, my dear. I probably shouldn't have brought you in on that right away. I felt bad about lying to you. But now we are... You hear Harrow at the front go, "Yeah!" And the horse starts pulling the carriage. Now that we are on our way and heading to our destination, free of unwanted baggage, and unfortunately free of welcome friends. We are able to talk. Thank you all for your patience and understanding.
Yeah, no problem.
So
not-
what's the plan exactly?
Do it again.
No, the plan is pretty much as I had dictated it in my first form. We will conclude our trip to Astrazalian. I have residences set up within the castle, but your lodging will be in a hotel just outside. We'll have about a day to gather what information we can. I have a rough idea of the layout of at least the main chamber that will be in, but I'm not 100% sure on what security measures she may have in place. So we'll have about a day and a half to sleuth about the city, uncover some things, and maybe make ourselves seen and known in some small ways to deflect and allay suspicion. I am completely open to any suggestions. This was all very ephemeral right up until the moment you all appeared within my tavern, and I saw it as a gift. So I feel you are going to be the ones to truly figure this one out, and I can offer what insights I have been able to gain and answer whatever questions you have.
Do we have layout blueprint of the location? Are we going in stealthy? Are we being loud? Are we... And there's a lot of little details that are just they're not here.
No, no. And some of them we won't know. I have an idea of the layout of the castle itself, especially the main chamber where the gala will be held. It is a large and open room, tables for gaming, a stage for entertainment. But it is only a small section of the castle where the gala will be held. What we are seeking is deep within the castle itself, in the vaults beneath. I think the best way to get in is to be invited in.
Which we
You
already
two, which you already are. You two shall serve as my... what do you call it? It's that trick of making them... And he's kind of like flipping around one hand in the air, like he's like waving it around trying to think of something. Make somebody look at one thing, and while he does it, he's like flicking out with his left hand this small coin that he's rolling around his knuckles. And I'd say Oni is probably the only one who catches it immediately, as you're all just kind of like looking at him, watching this like motion with his hand, and then he gets the coin in a position and flicks it across the wagon, and there's this like clang that suddenly comes out of nowhere. Misdirection, that's what it is. You two shall serve as my misdirection. You are so special. You don't even seem to recognize it. And I hope to capitalize on that, drawing attention away from the rest of you. Now, if some of you think you might be better suited to distractions within the main ballroom, I am completely on board. Thinking about it, it actually wouldn't be a coin. It would be like a small trinket. Like it's a small circular piece of metal that has like a stylized D kind of engraved into it.
Well, she picks it up.
She picks it
It's
up.
mine now.
So
Yeah,
Mia and
so-
Ken are distracting them, while the rest
Okay,
of
yeah.
A
us.
coin with the D on it. Sorry.
Yes.
So while the rest of us sneak in, or are you also distracting? Or
Oh, no,
being
no,
another...
My absence would be immediately and questionably noticed. I need to stay with these two. So I'm going to be leaving a lot of the more dangerous parts to the three of you, and it will get more dangerous. The entrance into the back rooms where the kitchens, the servants' quarters, the on-hand supplies, all these things are kept, is going to be guarded. And I hope to utilize some sort of special showing, something unique to your personage to draw attention of those guards. so that our infiltration team can make it through the door unnoticed. Maybe it's something loud and flashy. Maybe it's something that potentially threatens Titania, but not in any serious way. Some way that could be easily convinced was just an honest mistake. But these are the things that could draw their attention. And then once you enter the back rooms, that's where my information gets a little bit fuzzier, and we're going to have to find some way to figure out where you need to go. Because back there, I know that there is a way down and deep into her vaults, but I don't quite know what it may be or where it may be.
So you want the three of us to sneak in, and I believe only one of us is qualified. You have an
would-
old. I am an old
You could
man.
be sneaky.
Aerith, no offense to Aerith, but you are rather flashy and very obvious. Oni is the only one qualified, I believe.
Look, I am an old man.
I do agree. But I have seen some bit of your planning process and your interactions with me, and I know that the minds that you and God, what was it? It was Gnome and
Arcus.
Arcus. That you and Arcus, because like everyone else had like almost like nouns that you used to describe yourself, except for Ken and Mia, who used Ken's parents' names, and I don't know where Arcus came from, so I can't
It's
latch on to
Latin
something.
for rainbow.
I didn't know that. Hell
Now
yeah!
now it all tracks.
It makes sense.
There's a really that's really cool. You and Arcus have an affinity to the arcane that I truly feel will be fundamentally useful, as most of her defenses will be arcane in nature, and simple arcane tricks like shifting yourself through space or teleporting just don't work within her castle. So we won't be able to use anything like that to bypass potential hindrances. And while I agree, Master Oni could, or Master Elf could probably Master Wanderer could probably disappear
Master
from the
Elf.
sight of the gods themselves. You all are a little less sneaky, so perhaps an invisibility or something. I'm not sure. You are asking all the right questions, and we have probably about 6 hours until we need to rest the horse, all night, and another 4 hours of travel tomorrow to discuss that. But once we are within the city, it must be a little bit more
Do you know how far underground it is?
far enough that the building itself isn't. It's not like a dungeon and then another layer. There is some sort of access into it. Arcane, but connected physically from what I've been able to gather.
Would it be within 120 feet of any of the floor above it for one spell in specific?
He kind of like weighs his head, tilts it back and forth a little bit, like weighing potentially. The information that my spies have been able to uncover about it is that it is deep beneath the ground. There is some sort of access shaft, but they haven't been able to get eyes on it. Potentially, when we get there, we could meet up with one of them and find some secure way to find out if they have. But
So
Also-
the sound is it's a lot of improvise in the moment.
unfortunately, it's going to be from right now. We're in an improvised kind of position. I'm hoping that we can get more information to have a little bit more of a solid plan. But if we have to improv, then we improv. I just ask that if others are there, uh, other Fae, that we to try not to kill them. Well, it isn't something that is a permanent problem for our people here. It is distasteful. and it's seen as kind of the coward's way out. It would be much better off in the long run if I could bypass her security, bypass her trials, bypass everything without them even knowing we were there. That
I
is
just
my perfect goal.
just realized this actually does fit Nicholas because that's part of his story. His spells were designed so he doesn't have to kill anyone when he loots old vaults.
You can't see it, but I'm just smiling.
Well,
See, it's perfect for you.
there's a reason time stasis was made.
And power word fall.
And Power Fall, which is the funniest spell and Nicholas's proudest achievement. All right. Well, I guess we can't do too much with the lack of information. So, Mia Ken, dance the best dance you've
Dance.
ever can to distract
Dancing.
everyone.
Yes. And you said being distracting and flashy, and I'm good at doing some things with magic that I could accidentally do,
While
like you were
magic
saying.
explodes on the dance floor.
Yeah, you just set off fireworks.
And it would be a complete accident that I could say that it wasn't my fault, and hopefully it would be distracting because sometimes, yeah, I can't really help those things.
Just imagining Mia setting off a fireball in the middle of it, like, and then a kid just, bless you.
We're gonna be
Oh.
underground. We're gonna feel the ground shake. Like, oh,
Yeah.
guess they're getting busy.
You've already
What
presented
can
me
we
with
do?
an answer to a question that I had, which was how do we stay in communication with each other? But you proved to me last night that you are capable of spellcraft that can enable us to communicate over long distances. It's impressive.
For 1 hour, so not a lot of time.
Hopefully we shouldn't need more than that. If our team infiltration needs more than an hour, then I would worry that something had gone wrong.
Well, right before the hour is up, if something does tell us that something went wrong, and then we know. Because I don't want to be sitting in suspense.
I feel like you have given us 1 hour to find the vault, which is hidden and well guarded, sneak past everyone, retrieve it, and come back, all with 1 hour of prep.
Well,
Well,
1
we'll
hour
have
to
more
talk.
prep. I'm hoping that we can prepare for the entire from the moment Miss Mia enacts her magical extravaganza. From that moment until the moment you leave the front door with those 2 chests, or 1 chest if you can't find the second one, I'm hoping to get that done in an hour. If it can't be, then potentially we should be able to find ways around it. But I'm hoping that we will know where to find at least the access into the vaults. And I do have a little bit more information regarding what to expect beyond that, because we do know that the shaft leads down to that level where there are more arcane guards and a literal vault door.
Anyone good at lockpicking?
Unfortunately, it's not that kind of lock that could be picked. It's a large kind of. I guess you could potentially decode it.
Mia was raising her hand, but then put it down when you said it wasn't actually a lock.
It is locked, but it's not a lock that you could use the key. You need a code to open it.
Wait till
Alright,
the
what's
fourth door.
Titania's birthday?
A very, very, very long time ago.
The beginning of time.
She seems to like to claim so, but I'm pretty sure she's been overthrown at least once or twice since then.
I had a question and I forgot it.
Oh
No,
no!
it felt important too.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I remember. So, is there? I'm assuming there's like a wall or like a magic barrier preventing scrying and divination spells from.
Yes, the whole castle is under some protection from divination. What information I've been able to gather has been done the old-fashioned way, with spies and footwork.
Sneaking.
Did none of the spies draw out a quick sketch.
Let's see. He takes out reaches behind into the supplies and he'll take out like a small parchment. Let me duplicate one of our.
I want some information, please.
Yeah. Um,
You don't want to go into this completely blind, but it'd be
No.
fun.
It's just thing. Nick is supposed to be good at this, but he has all the time in the world to do it.
Well, you don't only have an hour. We just only have an hour to talk to each other.
Yeah, we only have an hour to talk. That is true.
But if it goes longer, then I guess we just can't talk.
Actually, what level is that spell? I think it's 5th level. It is 5th
Telepathic,
level.
yeah.
That's
Restore
such a
psychopathy.
nice spell slot. 5th is such a nice level.
if you had I think extended spell lets you get that up to 8 hours.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
truly
yeah.
of the study.
What is it?
Oh, to double its duration, so it would be 2 hours. Okay,
2 hours is still good.
it's
I
still
do
better.
bad.
not. I
Let
do
me
not
just
have
clear
that.
Let me rename this to Bastile's drawing board. So, here's what I've got. And as you're kind of like rattling around, he takes out an ink quill and a piece of parchment. I know roughly that the shape of the castle, if you want to call it, in Astrozalian. God, I am still using like shapes. I need to turn that off. Freehand.
Yep.
Is roughly shaped like a half circle. The overall aesthetic of it is that of like a rising sun of multiple colors. The front surrounded by these massive fountains that display this beautiful water show filled with colors and extravaganza. The castle itself is on an island that is ringed by the rivers that run through Astrozalian. The only way onto that island is through the main bridge. The fountains kind of butt up against. He's just drawing all this really quickly as you guys are hitting bumps and stuff. Bump up against where the bridge lets in, and then finally we'll be into the castle itself. There's a small reception area where we'll be greeted. I will announce who you are. I'm sure no one will believe me. And then we'll be led into the main gala chamber, which sits kind of right behind the main entrance. The front itself is kind of blocked off. There's minimal ways back there and can be controlled and directed. And we will go up a flight of stairs to get into this more centralized location. And it'll be much, much larger, very wide open space. And this castle is, I'd say, probably about 600 feet wide. It is quite sizable.
Are we free to roam after the thing starts, or is it everyone's kind of forced to stay in the main gala area?
The gala will be where most people are requested to stay. The servants and the hired help will be making their ways through these back doors, and he kind of like takes one here, and he takes one here, into the hallways that fill up this area here. And I'm still a little vague on that. The front areas are like VIP rooms that are smaller, more contained meeting areas with bottle service and their own games of their own kind, as well as there are stairways that lead up into the 3 towers. Now, this main floor of the castle is where most of our evening will take place. I will be in residence in the I'm going to call it the Snow Tower. And the Snow Tower, which will be the smallest of the 3, Titania's being the main Sun Tower in the center.
That seems rude that you get the smallest one.
She's a rude bitch. That's why we're doing this.
And you're for sure the vault is below ground.
Yes, we have confident information that the vault is directly beneath the castle in Astrozalian. I believe it is central. the city itself is carved into this beautiful estuary of waterfalls and rivers that sparkle with what sunlight we have and give off this feeling of deep summer and warmth. Because of that, the ground doesn't necessarily go deep without being pockmarked with small bits of runoff and rivers. The sewer system of the city is a marvel in and of itself, and something I am grateful for because shit stinks no matter who you are. I believe it's centralized, and
Alright.
I'm hoping we'll be able to get directions to at least where the access is. I don't know what that might mean from there, but I do know that the area, the back rooms, as it is a confusing maze of hallways. Not one you want to be wandering around without knowledge, which is why we need to spend some time and actually suss this out once we're there. I'm hoping we can follow some directions, and I'm sorry, and not have to guess that day.
Okay, so the access to the vault is in the middle, or the access to like the maze to get to the vault is in the middle?
The entrance to the back rooms, and he taps back on his drawing, is there's two. There's one in the left hand and one in the right. And this is a very large room. This room in of itself is larger than the morning wood. In the back center here is a large kind of raised dais that Titania will be on her throne. Her niece, God, I'm trying to remember the name. Chandria will be beside her along with her paramour and any other of the nobles of the summer court will be up on this raised dais who oversee the festivities as they go on beneath them. The front of this event room is going to be filled with all things that the Fae like to do. Gambling. They trade favors like you trade coins, and there will be games and roulette wheels and all sorts of events for people to trade small favors to each other. Assistance for the weekend, a meal to be cooked, things like that.
Do you think I could get more people to tell me more about them like we did at the poker game?
Sure. Secrets and truths are a common thing that are asked for, but they are dangerous because they give insight into the person. So they are more personal questions. It's honestly more impersonal to ask for someone's help moving that weekend, for the entire weekend, than it is to ask where they grew up.
Or what your favorite color is?
Or what your favorite color is.
So Titania and her royal entourage, they're not going to be participating. They're just going to be watching.
They participate in their own way by watching. It's just their way.
They just like to watch.
Okay.
Bunch of weirdos.
I
The voyeurs.
I mean, I
Yeah.
just don't want them watching too closely at what we're doing.
I want them watching so closely at these two.
All right, you're going to cast Enlarge Reduce on yourself as Asgalon.
You're gonna push the button for this party and then die.
Yep.
Turns his
Have
head.
fun.
What's an Ascalon?
Don't worry about it.
Would it be
It's a
helpful?
really big type
Wow.
of cheese.
I mean, we're looking for something big and flashy.
Good
I
work.
can make a big dragon. It's not it is real, but it's not like a real dragon.
That might be a bit much, honestly.
Oh.
Dragons don't. And, it could be a bit of a novelty. Would you be able to control it?
Yeah, he does whatever I want.
Okay.
Mia summons a dragon and then explodes.
Because they
Probably.
they
Most
are a
likely.
rarity. The only dragons that we know of here, the ones we've seen on our visits to your world. That could work.
Right?
Shocking, scary, but if we frame it in the right way, we might be able to draw the guards off these doors to protect Titania while not coming off as overtly hostile. Or like we're
That would
trying to
be-
do anything.
It could be like, hey, Titania, look at my dragon.
That,
Wow.
that might...
My dragon.
All right, so Aerith, can you cast mass invisibility or just invisibility? Can't remember
No.
if mass invisibility is a thing.
I don't think there's a mass version, but you can upcharge it to do more people.
Yep.
That would
Invisibility
do
at
it.
second level does one person, and you can catch an extra person for each increased level.
Okay.
But if you're only basic invisibility, you can't do anything. I don't have greater invisibility.
You can act and you can move, you just can't cast a spell or attack.
Right.
Which is
Or if you need to like,
fine because we
well,
should
or if
be
you need to use like magic
sneaking.
to dispel something or something.
Yeah,
it.
but at that point, I probably will have to break concentration anyways to do a different concentration. On greater invisibility only lasts 1 minute,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and
it's a
that's
combat
a 4th level spell. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to just do normal invis, as to not blow through all my spells. All right, Aerith, what spells do you have? What can we use to be sneaky beaky like?
I've got nothing to help with sneaky like.
Absolutely nothing.
No, I could teach you spells. I'll teach you my spells so you can be sneaky. Just switch out a few spells.
I mean, I can add spells. I have the materials to add spells.
You could, and Nick could
Oh, okay.
cast it, take a scroll out of his book if he has a spell that you need, and you could
That is
transcribe it.
true.
So just give me a spell that'll help the situation. Or that you think will
Alright.
help in the situation.
Okay, well, so invisibility is probably going to be our main thing. Oh, we'll have the telekinetic thing up, or the telekinesis, or
Telepathic.
whatever.
So,
Telepathic.
yeah.
It's tele something.
Tell us something.
Telephone. Sorry.
So that will be our communication. Oni's gonna be our eyes and ears for the most part. He'll probably see anything out of the ordinary. I can use quick look to see anything magical within 120 feet through up to 5 feet thick walls. So honestly, that's my only method I have for looking for stuff. Unless
You know,
anyone else has another one.
if we
You
need
could
others,
buy
I have.
X-ray glasses. No, sorry.
If we need others, I have 4 spies currently deployed within Astrazalian that could be mobilized. 2 of them are working as servants within her court, which is how we've been able to get this information. The other 2 have been gathering intel around the city. If you think it could be helpful, they are like me and like your friend, and could potentially blend in to any situation.
I mean, our main thing is just figuring out where the vault is, and then I'll probably need to make sure I have knock just in case. Do I have
That's
knock?
my favorite spell. I
No,
will
I
just
will
tell you that
need
it is
to-
very loud, though.
Yeah, you
I
need to
know
cast
it
silence
is.
first.
Is knock concentration? No, it's instantaneous, so I
No.
can. So I'd have to drop invisibility, cast silence, cast knock.
Mhm.
That's what Rose used to do.
So many spells.
I didn't look upon you and think that you were the answer to all of my questions for no reason. I was deep in prayer for anything to assist me when you showed up, so
Knock only sometimes works.
Well, it unlocks, unbars non-magical, and then it suppresses spell locks for 10 minutes.
It technically, there are still ways around it. Because if it's a vault with multiple locks, technically it
It's
only
just the
unlocks
one.
one.
Yeah.
And if it's a vault, I would assume they were like, you know what? Let's just in case, let's just put 2 in it.
Just knock twice.
So
Just knock twice.
that's a lot on. Waste all my spells. Knock, 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 knock. Why aren't you opening? Knock. How many locks did they put in this? We could teleport through the wall, but I have a feeling they put up a.
Well, he
Anti-
said teleport. He said teleport type stuff wouldn't work. So I
Yeah,
assume
which
it's
is kind of
probably.
what I figured.
I do the same thing with my keep. There's no teleporting in or out. It's too much of a security risk.
Can I just
What?
dispel the entire magic arcane of the
Fuck off,
entire?
They'll
Bring
have
back
houses
your
empty
core.
I'm
magic.
sure that would totally not alert anyone when
Nah.
all their magic security just immediately just goes away.
Turns
No,
off.
if this is nobles,
Nah.
they'll have magic on themselves just to make their stuff look prettier.
I know, but if all
Just put
their
up an
security
anti-magic field.
systems
Yeah.
just immediately, that would actually is a good idea.
This isn't a bad idea. And
Be
potentially, if you
anti-magic.
are with Oni, or Master Wanderer and Master Arcus, then you will be far enough removed from the gala that it shouldn't affect any of the participants.
Problem with the anti-magic field: one, they will drop the telephone.
Mm-hmm.
Two, if we also need to use knock while anti-magic field's up,
It
Oh, boy.
won't work.
But anti-magic field's actually a good idea though. It's just only an 8th level spell slot.
You know, no big deal.
I
What
have
are you
it.
even gonna use those for? You know?
Right.
I have it.
Use it or lose it.
Feeble mind's fun, you know. To
Feeble
Tanya,
mind,
feeble
Titania.
mind. Turn her.
As much
Turn
as
her
I would
down.
love to see that, that could be a quick way to
Get killed.
show our hand.
Yeah, that's a great way to get killed. Totally doesn't have legendary resistances.
As you say that, he
Nah.
kind of like starts. He's like, "Well, I guess actually you probably could be killed here." He was going to object to it, but
I'm not gonna use feeble-minded on Titania.
Maybe not the best idea. It would be
Uh,
funny though.
so dimension doors out. For polymorph, how small can we go?
An insect.
the problem with that is that you then take on the mental stats of the creature you take.
And true polymorph's 9th level. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just gonna open up my giant spell book and just start going through it.
I mean, that's
I just need to
honestly
read
that's
for a
what I
little while.
expected for Nick. Like that's what you bring to the table in this puzzle. So
I could give one of us advantage on their skill saving throws, I believe. No, that's not it. That gives us initiative. We could grease the door.
Hell yeah, dude.
Keep
Wander's
talking
good with
while I
this.
look.
Maybe if the vault is multi-locked, like you described earlier, would I could give Wander my Tinker's tools to assist with any other locks that might pop up. Just something.
the problem with that, Ken, is you can use your Tinker's tools as thieves' tools because there is an artificer trait that lets you do that. It's called tool for
Oh
Use.
yeah. Sorry.
You can't hand Oni a hammer and he unlocks the door with it. You can unlock the door with the hammer somehow.
Okay, so
Yeah.
shit. Oh, I have to like. No, wait. I have these tools. I'm sorry. I am
You-
not all there.
You bought another pair after I destroyed the first one, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I got
Okay.
him. So I can give Oni my thieves tools.
Okay. I also have these, I guess, if you want to borrow them, but I want the back. And she'll pull off a pair of gloves that she was not wearing because they were invisible and hand them to Oni.
Is this vault of legendary importance?
Potentially. I mean, it's been around since the founding of Astrazalian, at least the building of the castle. Why?
I could use a 5th level legend lore to learn more about it.
If you
I
think it
don't
might
know
be
if
able
it
to.
would be worth it though. That's a long shot. Okay, enhance ability. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, I could give one of you advantage. Oni, how good are you at lockpicking?
Well, I am based on Dex, and I know it's tied into that, so at least relatively okay
Sleight
at
of
it, I would
hand.
assume.
But
you
no
had-
additional modifiers?
Mm-mm. I'm not.
Gloves will
Dang.
I'm
give you
not.
+5.
Mhm.
So there's that.
So he'd be rolling with a +15 because you don't have proficiency in it, but you do have your artifact.
But the artifact is what gives that +15. If I'm proficient in something that's wizard Dex, I
I thought
can
I
put
didn't.
in both. Yeah,
Gotcha. I didn't
that
realize you
way.
didn't have
Otherwise, it would.
proficiency.
Yeah, I figured it would be a little
Yeah.
busted if literally everything benefited from it. So I kind of
Is
baked
that
that
fair?
stipulation in.
That is fair. Then it would be still a +10 with the gloves because it's a sleight of hand check if you don't have proficiency.
Okay, well
in
I've got
gloves.
7. If it's 5, then it's the 12 at least.
Oh, heck yeah. 7.
Could
Not too
I
bad.
fabricate the vault to put a hole in it? Like use that as part of the base materials?
Just punch a hole in the wall.
I think
You'd have to
uh,
break it into the base materials first because that's that whole like
Yeah.
transmutation, deconstruction.
And if it's magical, it wouldn't even work.
I would
Yeah.
say pass wall, but it doesn't work on like metal and stuff. So
Are the
unless it's
gloves
made
of
of stone.
are the gloves of thievery attunement, or they
Nope.
can you just wear them?
Yep. You put them on and they become invisible, and you just get a +5 to lock picking or sleight of hand.
No
Okay.
attunement necessary.
All right, cool. Then yeah, I mean, if,
Shape.
I'll take the thieves tools and the gloves just in case we need them. Just remind me to give them back because I will definitely forget.
I'm
I'm
gonna narratively say
assuming.
that at one point during the conversation, you guys kind of had to stop for the evening. You set up camp, spent a little bit of time getting dinner, getting set up and ready for camp, and
I'm assuming stone shape will
no,
not
it's
work.
the wrong tokens.
Not if it's not
This is the
stone.
old us.
Yeah, it's the old us. Get the right tokens. So many of these things get set up ahead of time, like weeks ago, and then I'm like, oh, right,
Yeah.
we got new tokens between then and now.
I actually have a question for you. Can I animate objects the door to the vault and bind it that way? As long as it's not magical. Because if it's magical, then I can't. But if it's non-magical, would that work?
I'm almost 100% sure that there will be some sort of magical enchantment on the door. But if you could dispel that enchantment and make the door mundane,
Maybe.
potentially. It depends on the size, doesn't it? And how
It-
cooperative the door is.
Oh, please be a sentient door. That'd be hilarious.
We gotta answer a riddle to get in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it
Fastball's
says if
the
it's.
same thing. It can't be metal.
That's what I was saying before. Yeah.
Yeah. It always.
Yeah. And see if it says it's bolted to a wall. It's just its speed is 0. So
What about
there's
transmute
no reason
rock?
you can't animate a door, I suppose.
No. Everything's rock. Everything's rock.
Yeah, most things tend to be made of rocks.
And stone.
For rock and stone. I could heat metal, but that's not gonna do jack shit. Unless we want to
It could
hang
be
on it for a
hot.
few years. Make it hot. Make it slightly more malleable and start banging on it. Hold on.
How long can you two dance?
I don't know. I've never danced before, so I will do my best to do it as long as possible.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat.
You two
Why?
need to practice.
Yeah, I was about to say, while we're brainstorming, why don't you work on it
It's
like right
magical and
here? That way you can still be a part of the planning process, but also start working on your ability to dance. Because
Sure.
I have a
I
new
don't know where to
option.
start.
If we disable the magic, I can use disintegrate and put a 10-foot cube in it.
That kind of goes
Another.
against the don't know that we were here, though, a little bit.
I'm not as worried about that. They're gonna know we're here. As soon as I return to Saw now, I'm going to raise her flag above my town, and she will know that we were there.
he's gonna very send the message.
If we send that message a little bit early, it takes a little bit of the punch out of it, but I'm not against that. I just don't want anyone being hurt, just because it's distasteful. But
We will
while
do
you
our
discuss,
best.
Ken, or William and Elise, over here with me. I'm going to
Okay.
show you how to waltz.
I go with them.
Good, because I have
Are
no
you-
idea. Whoop.
As Aerith gets
Oh.
up and approaches, Bastille looks and goes, "Do you know how to dance?"
Of course I do. It was an
Wonderful,
unfortunate
wonderful.
study.
And he'll hold his arms out. Why don't you lead, and we can show them what it looks like.
All right then.
Roll me a performance check.
Usually more of a follower.
With advantage? No.
Bastille is helping you. I'll give you advantage.
Yay!
As a very charismatic archfey has kind of like he held himself in this like strong but subservient kind of stance where you were able to kind of take his hand and get arm behind the small of his back, and as you get in close you start doing the 1 2 3 step and you're leading, and he seems to react almost instinctually as you start your steps. He moves with you and just kind of like watches your eyes, and there is something so you kind of lose track of what you're doing
Fall in love
because
with
of
him.
just the look. And it's like I'm not speaking for Aerith as to what your aesthetic would be, but there is something so commanding about his presence as he looks down into your eyes and just locks that gaze, and you dance around for about a minute. Then he stops, and you stop, and he kind of like lets go of your arms, and he looks over and kind of Mia. That is dancing. Now, Ken, you will be taking on the role that Aerith did in this little back and forth of ours. I need you to take Mia around the waist by one hand, and he will then start to teach you guys how to dance.
Okay.
I think I have a way through the vault no matter what.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, what is it? Lay it on
It-
us.
Etherealness. It's going to take 2 casts, 1 to get in, grab everything, and 1 to get out.
Are you able
But
to affect
is-
multiple creatures or just one?
Well, I have a 7th level spell slot and an 8th level. If I do it at 8th level, I can get 3 people. But I can then get them in, but not out.
It's that definitely utilizing the ethereal plane would. And this is Harrow, and I'm over here with the two of you while there's dancing going on in the background.
There's also not really much you can do to defend the ethereal
No.
sea.
No, once you're there, and this spell, from what I understand, this is good. This is good. And as he nods that, Bastille kind of looks at us. What have you got over there? And Harrow. Etherealness! Interesting. He spins Aerith around with him.
Oh Lord, Eric's getting rizzed
Complicated.
up
By an
by
archfey.
Eric's getting rizzed up.
Ken,
This
can
only
you...
takes a 7th and an 8th level spell slot to accomplish.
Yeah. No big deal. You don't need that magic for anything else, right?
Can you roll me an
Hopefully
intelligence
not.
check, Ken, and a charisma check from Mia? As you guys start following in their steps, kind of fumbling around a bit. Ken, you watch them very carefully, and as you kind of like lead, Mia
All
doesn't
right.
seem to quite really know how to react to it. You step forward, and her leg doesn't move like you had seen Bastille, so you don't step on her foot. You kind of have to step off to the side, and you bump into her a little bit, and she smiles up at you, and there's a little bit of uncertainty in what's going on. For like Bastille will tap on your shoulder and be like, why don't you and why don't I show you what it feels like to have someone who knows how to follow, and she can learn from someone who knows how to lead.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. All right. So, you had great form, Master William. Your steps were just in place, and you were even able to avoid her toes, which is a big boon on the dance floor. So, just maintain that confidence. It's all about the eyes, and he will kind of like walk you through the procedure of leading. Aerith, you are then left to dance with Mia. Can you roll me another performance check, please?
I won't get the
Alright.
advantage. That's
Okay, 16,
fine.
and a intelligence check this time from Mia.
You're good at
Trying
those,
hard enough
right?
sometimes to walk
12.
in normally and not knowing how to move feet.
As Aerith begins that same kind of motion, there's that same confusion that like, what are we doing? Aerith has to take the time to like explain each step, and that you're kind of feeling and reading your partner's body language to understand what that next move is going to be. Um, They explain the use of like 3/3 time and how the waltz is timed to the music. Bastille clicks his fingers and music fills the air around the campsite as you basically listen to what I'm just gonna say is "Eyes on Me" because that's the only waltz that I can think of at this
I
moment.
would also kind of like wrap a long cloth around Mia's waist so she can like take a bundle or like grab one side of it so she can like use it to hold because she's gonna have to do that while wearing her ball gown.
That's true. That is very true. As you introduce this extra bit of fabric into it, it confuses me a little bit more, and she has to
Oh
learn
boy.
how to move around all this extra stuff. But
Because remember, you're gonna be wearing more clothes.
Yep,
the four of you
it's fine.
quite literally dance the night
Don't look at your
away
feet.
as
Look
you
at me.
train.
How can I not look at
Look
my
at
feet and move my
me.
feet?
As like Bastille and Ken spin around, Bastille tilts his head back. You need to feel where your feet should go. You don't need to look where they are. And he like spins and does like a twirl before twirling back into Ken's arms.
But I don't know where they should go.
They're essentially doing the taiga.
Yeah. But yeah. Around the campfire, did you have any other ideas or things you wanted to talk about before you move to the next scene? Because they're going to be dancing.
I mean, if he doesn't want me, if I have to blow a hole in the wall with disintegrate, I can use programmed illusion to just cover it up.
I really like that you seem to be thinking through all of the ramifications of this, because that's what we need. And Harrow looks over at Bastille. He's powerful. He's smart and strong and charismatic, but he's not really a planner. And you're asking the right questions. What can we do what can I do to help?
I
Gnome?
just want to know what spells are in place. Where is the vault? What security measures they have, how big everything is, the exact dimensions of the floor plans. But I'm missing
Everything.
all of this. Everything, yes. How many people are there? Because I can't. Here's the thing. If you don't want me to kill them, which I don't want to kill them, then I have to knock them out or time stasis them. But if I time stasis them, I can't use a Tyrannus to get into the vault.
Yes, I see.
And depending on how much HP they have, I can't use sleep.
No, you're not going to be able to put Eladrin to sleep anyway. They don't.
Oh yeah,
They
they have
don't
it.
sleep.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
So, if there are living gods down there, we would need some way to.
Oni throws hand.
Non-lethally.
Just punch them 100 times till they go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Yeah.
I have now seen you fight, and having gauged your abilities within the tavern, I am more humbled by your willingness to assist us, and concerned should you decide not to assist us anymore. But that humility is much more than the concern. So, thank you.
I was also gonna say, so contingency lasts 10 days. Can I do a contingency on myself at some point before we go in with a spare invisibility?
Yeah, absolutely. You could do it right
Things
now
go
if you wanted.
south. You just boom, gone.
Sadly, I don't have. I mean, I can upcast it to a 6th level or an 8th level. Yeah, I'll just probably do that.
Better safe than sorry.
Make everybody invisible.
Could I actually? I don't know if I can make it affect other people.
No, not base contingency. It's only yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it has to be 5th level or lower.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. So contingency, I double tap the side of my nose. I turn invisible.
I like it. That would just be terrifying to set up every 10 days just to fuck with somebody.
I'm pretty sure you can make contingency
Permanent?
permanent if you do something with it. That's not important.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure you have to like put it into like a ward or an item that's completely stationary, so you can't have it on you.
I think so, yeah. Bye. Still, these are good thoughts. And
I'm just gonna walk and be like, "Oh no, I'm lost! I gotta get out of here." Just disappears.
Where's Dave?
I still haven't
What
found
fucking
Dave. I've been
Dave?
on 3 different planes. I still haven't found him. Been to the Materia, I've been to Mechanicus. I'm here in the Feywild. Where's Dave? Can't find him.
And as you gonna go over your concerns, Hera will nod. Hopefully Finch or Cliff will have uncovered the answers to the questions you've posited, because yes, knowing those things would be helpful.
They're not going to be suspicious of a random frog just goes hopping about the palace, are they? I'm
In
just,
Not if he's
theory.
I
got the
feel like
top
I
hat
already
on,
know
dude.
the answer,
He's
but I
got a
have
top
to
hat.
ask.
You know, he belongs there.
He is an
You know?
esteemed guest.
Right?
I feel like he'd get along better in Harrowhame. I saw now. Well, no, the city is actually quite kind of like turns his head, and at this point, I'm gonna say he's taking his helmet off, and because you guys have seen his face, and he's kind of like weighs his head back and forth. It might not be as unusual as you expect it to be. Saw now, sorry, Astrazalian being so closely related to water, they have quite a bit of an amphibious population, so potentially,
Without the top hat, though.
yeah, looks down, but without the top hat.
But he needs the top hat.
He looks so good in it. I can't argue otherwise.
Oh, I shouldn't have clicked out of it. Now I gotta reload the entire page.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Roll 20 is just buggy when I like right click or.
I really think that their base system is just not getting the love and care anymore now that they got Jump Gate out. So
Yeah, probably.
They're shifting priorities. What about
Right.
us?
What
that's what I
about
gotta-
you?
I just gotta shift with it. I gotta adjust with the times.
All right. Any other ideas people have? Because Mia had the great idea with the anti-magic field. But any other ones? Comments, concerns? The dumbest ideas. I don't care.
We
Hit
can
me with
develop a nuke spell.
Right now,
just
in one day.
case.
right now, one day. Develop. I mean, I kind of have it, but it's for one person.
You blow yourself up, or
Yeah. I can.
Worst case scenario, we just
Cool.
put a bag of holding bomb right outside the vault. We blow it
Do it
up.
again.
Leave.
It's 20
Yes,
years
good
earlier. They
thinking.
can't get mad at us again, right?
Yeah, double jeopardy. You know, we can't be trying for the same crown twice.
I hate this line of logic.
But this would technically be the first time we would be getting tried for it because
Exactly, which
Well,
means
hold
we
on, hold
would
on,
be
hold on.
undoing the fact that
was-
we got charged with it the second time.
It
It's
wasn't
a
us as a
win-win.
group, it was Rose that got charged.
Nicholas
Specifically
gets
because they
charged.
set off the second one.
Yeah.
it was the fall guy.
See, we just we're
That
not
would be
doing
our
two.
third one.
We're only setting all.
Well, blame Titania.
She did it.
She did.
All Titania's fault.
Yep. By your own laws, you have to arrest her. I
Yep.
didn't make the rules.
I know there are some weird wizard spells that are super
There's so
niche.
many weird wizard spells that I don't even know where to start. Give
You
you
will
weird
have-
ideas.
So, we'll be arriving in Astrazalian tomorrow, and then you will have that whole day and that evening to rest, and the next morning to make your final preparations. So, since fortunately what damage was done to the wagon was repairable, and our horse was not devoured by the Tyrannosaurus arboreus, we should make it there in time.
It was a good thing.
And you
You
said
fought very
divination
hard.
spells won't work. Otherwise, has to locate objects out the window. Oh, by the way, if you guys want to make a scene, you can use Skywrite.
That's a good one for making a scene.
I don't know that spell.
I was about to say I can teach you, but you were not a wizard.
They don't just write Titania sucks right above the bar.
Hey, Titania! And then just one of the clouds
Fuck
turns into a
you.
middle finger.
Yeah.
Fuck you!
What? Fuck you. I thought of something funny for a second, but then I got distracted. Now I forgot it.
Oh no.
Right?
What's a tiny servant do?
Unseen servant?
Nope, tiny servant.
Tiny servant.
It has to be tiny. It's not attached to anything.
I mean, if
Yeah,
you
it's immune to a lot of things, though.
I was
It's
about
immune
say,
to every
isn't that
status
just
effect.
Todd?
No, Todd
Todd's-
is more than a servant. He's a friend.
well, unfortunately, not a wizard spell, but find the path, I think would still work, even though there's no divination.
Yeah, that's a.
It is a
cleric.
divination, but it like shows you, I guess. I don't know.
I
Yeah.
think that one might work because that one's like the gods interfering and not you directly trying to find the item.
It just no, it
It's
just
just odd.
shows you a path to where you're trying to go.
I don't know. Maybe it would
But-
work, but yeah.
But yes, it's a bard cleric druid. So
What's that black hole orb that just eats everything?
the sphere of annihilation.
Let's just get the
Yeah, let's
go
just
on
do
a
that.
side,
Right?
get a side tangent. Go grab that real quick.
Easy peasy.
I mean, we got time. We're in the past, right?
Okay, actually, I know teleportation doesn't work, but could we do a side tangent to disable whatever's preventing the teleportation from not working?
Anti-magic failed.
Depends
Well,
on what it
then-
is causing it, I guess.
So
If
okay,
it's
so
just
if
built into the entire
oh, that's what I'm saying. If there, I'm assuming there's like a built-in ward system,
yeah.
but if we could destroy it, we have free reign to teleport, which makes a lot of things a hell of a lot easier, and I don't have to burn a 7th and an 8th level spell slot just to get through a vault,
Yeah.
which still might have security systems inside
the-
the vault.
Yeah, the big thing though is I am almost positive if we take out awards system that they have for a
Yeah.
lot of stuff. That's gonna set off some alarm bells, and we're gonna have to
Rebel.
move quick.
Like I
Right.
said, I'm just spitballing any and all ideas, no matter how dumb.
Exactly.
But now I think about it, I'm also kind of worried that there's security systems inside the vault because I'd hate to etherealness
Probably.
through it.
Oh,
And
this
then
is we're gonna have Mission
there's five
Absolutely, I'm
Impossible.
sure.
golems.
Yeah, you got to be prepared. Nicholas is gonna be duck and flip and crawl through a laser field at some point. Like, be ready for it.
Way too old for this.
You're
That'd be
too old for
terrible.
this. You're the one that decided to play an old character.
He's 2 weeks out from retirement. One last.
This is my last
Last
job.
job.
This is
2
literally
weeks,
my
not
last
anymore. He's 20 years
job.
and 2 weeks from retirement.
The month that you've been on this job, you've seen more creatures that could eat you than in the last 1,000 years.
I've been in my hovel for so long just thinking, and now death is at every corner.
Hey, that was your decision,
about
dude.
right.
And
Yeah, you
it
chose
was
to come with
not
us.
my decision. I will have you know. World-ending shenanigans kind of makes it forced my hand.
Not really. You could have
The
just stayed
disappearance
home.
of his goddess.
Yeah. Can't really be like, yeah, I'll ignore that. Eat tea
It's
and
fine. I'm
crumpets.
sure it'll figure itself out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, here's the thing. If you never came back in time to stop yourself from doing it, it couldn't be that bad of a decision, right?
Another Nicholas comes out of nowhere.
Don't do it.
You gotta go. You have to. It's important. Everyone's dependent on you. I'm just not a caster, and I don't have any spells, so I'm leaving this up to you guys. I fully trust in your ability to handle problems with shenanigans.
Your job is the sneaky part.
Old man, sneaky.
No, I mean Oni's job is the sneaky part.
Oni's sneaky. He'll do a great job.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to worry about all the spell stuff.
Yeah, you guys have been talking about magic, all these different spells. Only it's just like
What's reality break?
staring off into the distance.
You
like, yep,
shatter
sounds
the
great,
barriers between realities and timelines,
That also sounds
thrusting a creature into turmoil and madness. Oh, that's not what I need. Oh wait, wormhole.
There you
Target
go.
is teleported. Oh, but it does a shit ton of damage. That's
There's
not
a
too
spell
bad.
called Wormhole?
Just
I think it's
No,
okay.
it's one of the
tele-
effects. So reality
Teleport the door. Do a lot of damage to the door for it.
Reality Break has you roll 1d10 and has one of 4 options. So Visions of the Far Realm, where you do a bunch of psychic damage and stun them. Rending Rift, where you do force damage, and they have to make a dex save.
Yeah.
Wormhole, where
There's
you teleport them
Oh shit.
and do force
There's
damage.
a reason why they said you have to ask your DM about
There is a reason
wild
for
mount
that.
stuff.
Mhm.
And then Chill of the Dark Void, where they take 10d12 cold damage and are blind.
I mean, I will say, 8th level spell, our campaign, I'm cool with that. Like, at the beginning, I had a lot of problems, especially for Nick being so
He does more theory
experienced with
crafting.
extensive. Exactly. Thank you. It's more theory crafting. It's more of like the outside the normal box of spell work, and all of the help that Mistra had given him over the years. It's probably of the most powerful things you can do, but
I can't. It's not going to be of much help. Is the problem? I can
I mean, can
break
you use
reality
can
and
you use
time,
your
but I can't
if
open
you
a door.
roll low enough, could you on your portents? Could you use the portent to force which one you want?
it's not a D20. It's a D10.
It's a D10, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I could use. Can I use the luck? No, I can't use lucky to reroll it. I have to reroll a D20 with lucky. Can I use Mighty Fortress to just break it open?
You can always use Mighty Fortress to break things. That's kind of what it does.
Except for creatures. Any creatures in the area are harmlessly lifted as the fortress rises.
Yep.
That's gonna piss Titania off. Her
Create a
castle
fortress in
crumbles
her
and a new
castle.
castle takes its place. All to open a vault.
Oh, no.
That'd be hilarious. What is the Bastille think of putting a new fortress
What do you think of me
in the
replacing
middle of the
Titania's
castle?
with a new fortress?
He spins with Aerith. I think it'd be funny, but I don't think it's gonna work. The castle in Astrozalian has been there for a very long time, and the longer things stay in a single place here, the more fixed and permanent they become. But we might be able to make her a new fortress underground.
How far
Smash
underground
things up
is
a bit.
it?
How big is the fortress you can make?
A pretty big, mighty fortress. Let me pull you back up. The area is 120 feet on each side.
It would take up a sizable chunk of the middle of her castle, but her castle is about 600 feet wide at the widest
See,
point.
She should be thanking us. We gave her another castle.
That's most likely what
Castle
would happen.
inside the castle.
You know, I could probably spin that. She wouldn't like it, but I could spin that.
I gifted you a new castle. All these are like damaging spells.
Welcome to Wizard.
I
You
know.
read it?
This is what custom spells are for. Well, I mean, we have plenty of ideas. I just want more.
I was about to say, like, create a spell that'll allow
Actually-
you to get in, no problems. No
I mean, that
issues
takes
occurred.
But hold on. What was my? It was Gary, the air elemental, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can't he just
What?
go through cracks?
What if you just
Yeah.
enlarge
Yeah.
the vault door, so make it smaller, so that it's just not completely covering the doorway?
I could, but again, this comes to the fact of if it's magical, I can't do that.
What, enlarge reduce?
I'm pretty sure because, like, if it's like a magic item I'm wearing, that's one story. But if it's an item of magic
No,
quality
it
itself,
It doesn't.
no, it can't be
Really?
worn or carried. It's just any
I feel like
creature or an
that.
object.
Make the door small.
I feel like that is just whoever made the book forgot to write that in there. If you allow it, I could do that, but I feel like they would have security measures.
Just shrink the door.
Someone had to
Make it
think of
one
that.
size smaller. That way it's still there, but now we can just squeeze through a crack or something.
I feel like there's no way that because every thief
It'll be that easy.
would just do
you
that.
know?
Every thief would just
That's
do
it, right?
that.
Yeah, because it's only a second level, so even
Yeah.
like the most average of like arcane tricksters could do that. Which I would say that it's something on like non-magical door, absolutely can work no problem. Against a magical door, there would be contested spell checks as the different enchantments are conflicting against each other. So it's possible, but you'd be rolling against the other enchantments.
It makes the door small, but the whole frame of it gets smaller too, so it's just a smaller door.
All stretches in with it.
Yeah.
It's like you can play at this game.
But the whole like spitballing session was what I wanted to make sure we got to, because like I knew you guys were gonna have to plan, and I had to lay out at least the basics of what was gonna
Got some
happen.
questions.
Can we teleport the entire vault out with us?
Unfortunately, teleportation magics won't be functional.
Oh,
Within.
no, I get that. But if we disable it,
You can only
could we
teleport
teleport the entire
as
vault
much
out?
as you can
Oh.
carry. You have to be able to carry things for teleport.
Mm-hmm. Or draw a circle, do the teleportation circle, because that works more like a Stargate.
One giant teleportation circle around the vault. Do we even know what the vault looks like?
Not at the moment.
Oh, man.
Yeah. There will be more information to be gathered once you get to the city. But
I feel like
moment's
this vault is
conversation.
going to be something unique that we didn't even think of. Like it's going to be a weird mirror, and you got to answer the riddle to get in.
Answer my riddles 3.
Because then you can't disable the magic, because then you can't get to it. So you have to answer it. It's going to be something like, what is Titania's favorite dish divided by 3 and color? And it's like, huh?
Titania's favorite dish divided by 3. Add her favorite color minus
Yes.
her least favorite food.
Perfect. All the questions that Mia would ask her.
And it's
You
all
just have
one
a
answer.
mental link, and
Yeah.
it's just feeding the answers. Green, sandwiches, chocolate, missionary, her on top.
Oh God.
Incorrect. She prefers to be on bottom.
But yeah, besides that, I think we just has to come down to when we get there. And maybe the enlarge and reduce would work on the door, but that seems so easy. It's like it's almost too good. Like that'll never
That's
work.
always that's always how it goes. It's the stuff that seems too simple. There's no way it'll work. And then everybody always thinks that, so nobody ever does it. No, that's probably why the text isn't like in the spell, because nobody's gonna think to do.
It's like the Spider-Man into the Spider-Verse was like, there's no way we could infiltrate that.
Right.
It could be that easy. It was that easy.
It was that easy.
It was.
Yeah, I think that's
in the
all
background. You hear Mia just like yelling at Aerith. Just, I can't look at you and my feet at the same time.
You're not supposed to look at your feet, just at
Can't.
me.
Walk without looking.
Can I confuse the door and make it think it's not a door, so it opens? Be like Bender, like this door looks stupid. Just bend it.
Can we put a door on the door with that cloak of many things and just open the door into the vault, close it, and then take the door with us afterwards?
Ooh, I didn't even think of magical items. What do I got in my back pocket? Nah.
What was? Ah, it was the robe. That's what it was. I need the actual ruling on that door.
On that door.
Robe of useful items. There we go.
What if I put a door in your door?
I
I feel like it would work because it just says like a flat object or flat surface, I think.
Imagine how mad Titania would be, right? If they think everything's fine, nothing happened, but still starts flying her flag, and then they go to the vault, and you see a mundane ass door affixed to the vault
from an uncommon magical item.
Oh my god, that would be just. That would be
That'd be
ridiculous enough to work.
hilarious.
'Cause, I mean, the getting in is only one aspect. So if you can solve one aspect with something hilariously stupid, I'm cool with that. Like,
Okay, so we can't put the door, but we could put a window.
a window
Yes.
or a pit.
Or a pit.
Let's go on the
The pit has
ground.
to be on the ground, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, a window.
A window.
Okay. And do we have that magic item on us?
No. At least I don't think so. I've had it in almost all of the other campaigns, but not this one.
To be fair, it'd still be kind of funny as if the Titania comes down and the vault door was just shrunk.
There was just a window inside of her vault door. It'd be fucking hilarious.
You know what?
Man,
now I want to
fucking
replace
huge.
whatever we steal with something funny. So instead of like having her little flag, we have our own little custom flag with like a middle finger on it. Put that in the vault.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Are we free to
leave,
steal anything else in the vault as payment?
Taro looks over at Bastille, who is dancing effervescently with Ken, and looks a little bit to the right to see the arguing, well, not arguing, but slightly bickering Aerith and Mia as Aerith attempts to teach Mia, and eventually Ken will probably just take over. But seeing the kind of ridiculousness happening over there, and then looks back at you.
As Mia still looks at her feet. Don't look at your feet, look at him!
Yeah, shut up!
I really don't think Bastille would care if you robbed her blind. We only care about the chests.
And we have a description of the chest, just ornate chests. And he said not
he
to
did
open them.
describe it as an ornate chest, and I'll also say that they're about 2 feet wide by about a foot deep and about a foot tall. So they're big, but they're small enough to be carried by one person by the handles on either side.
No, so we can't shove it in a bag of holding.
It would be just a little bit too big to fit in through the opening.
It's all good.
Oh,
It's all
that
good.
makes
I
it
got
so
a
much
portable.
worse. Now we have
I-
to sneak in,
I
get
got
in
a
the vault,
portable
and then
hole. We'll just
carry it
dump 'em in
around
there.
without anyone seeing
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, Oni's got it figured out.
Oni's got a hole.
Oni has a hole.
Okay, that works.
We can't make a hole through the door, but once we get in, we can definitely unroll it, dump shit in there, roll it back up, and then we can leave.
All right, because I was going to say, we sneak in, we get in the vault, and then all of a sudden we're just two very
Yeah.
obvious people carrying these giant chests around. Like, don't worry, we're not stealing this. This is a
We
gift
came in with
that
this.
was
We brought
totally
this ourselves.
freely given.
She said I could have it.
Titania very adamantly said this was mine. You can
Getting
ask
out
her yourself.
was a concern that we were having. We were thinking maybe we could pretend like right people were bringing it out or hiding it in plain sight. But I like the idea of using a hole.
What if we
Fair.
go with a card and get everybody to sign it, and we leave that in the vault?
I would sign it. I would sign it in an instant.
Or
He looks over. My lord, would you sign a calling card if we were to leave it behind? Abso-fucking-lutely.
leave it in Todd's mouth, and he's just holding it, and then
Oh, that
he
would be
just
hilarious. Todd's waiting in there
says
instead.
"fuck you," and then you summon him back.
And he's got his little top hat on.
I mean,
All
we
right.
are looking for embarrassing, so this sounds like it would definitely be embarrassing.
Todd with the top hat holding a calling card saying
Hell
fuck you.
Oh boy.
All right. I like that plan.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and say, Ken, did you have anything you wanted to add? You've just been
Kind of,
listening.
he's kind of just been like focusing on not embarrassing Mia and
Ken,
himself.
don't look at your feet, look at her.
You see that one more time, and I will kill you.
Jesus.
You're supposed to look graceful. You won't look graceful if you're staring at your feet.
Try.
Modify her
Indeed.
memory so that she's a good dancer.
Is that how that works?
I have no idea.
Shove in the entirety of learning
skills
how to
like
waltz.
that?
This man's talking about using heaven's door on us. Holy shit, bro.
Can you teach someone a skill with modify memory?
I seeing as you can only modify 10 minutes of history at a time with the
Probably
base
not.
level of the casting, I don't think you could learn it in 10 minutes. But that was good thought.
Hey, it's a 10-minute jump start.
It is a 10-minute jump start.
10 minutes better of learning how to waltz.
But I mean, after an hour or so of this conversation happening around the campfire and the fire kind of just burning down into embers, you're not like gonna win any tournaments or contests or anything like that. But you've got the basics of it, and the two of you look graceful enough. Bastille assures you that your mere presence will be enough to draw the attention of the Archfey. That the two of you in this majesty will be enough. Even if you're stepping on each other's toes, it will be enough.
Okay.
So don't let it keep you up. Don't let it worry you, and just have fun. In the end, that's what I really want us all to do.
I just didn't think that dancing would be so hard. Like, everyone's just like, yeah, I'm gonna go dance, and then they do it. And then apparently they had to know how to do it.
Well, there's actually different forms of dancing. This one's actually more difficult than others.
So this is like super hard mode, and that's why I'm so bad at it.
I mean,
You're not bad, my dear.
everyone is bad when they start out, when they don't know how to dance. You want to know how many years it took me to learn how to frickin' dance?
More than 2.
More than 2.
Bastille kind of
I
waves his
did
hand through
say
the air.
to this day he's still learning.
Yeah.
You never stop learning.
Yeah, you never stop learning. It's just practice, 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 practice.
That sounds very
Bastille
tiring.
It is.
wave his hand through the air. The kind of waltz music dies down and gets replaced by more of like a general tavern music, like you've heard entertainers playing back on the material plane. And he looks at you, and he goes, "All right, now do this for me. Just go ahead and roll your shoulders a bit, just sway from side to side a bit, and try to feel the music."
Okay, I can do that.
You start to listen to the little lute playing through the main line, the drum line in the background, and you let the sway kind of take over. And then he looks at Ken, like, "No, you just jump on in there with her, and you let the music lead you. You don't need to do anything in particular. Dancing is an expression of emotion, and it can be a powerful weapon, as we have been trying to teach you with this specific dance. But dancing in and of itself should not be something to be feared. It should be embraced and harnessed, honed, and practiced in every situation, because all of life is a dance."
I'm definitely not always dancing.
As he kind of like falls into that same like just bobbing kind of back and forth, like you see it like a rock concert where no one really knows how to dance. You dance far more than you.
Two-step.
Hmm?
Like
Just-
the default two-step.
Yeah, exactly. It's just so simple and so easy, and you just sort of like find yourself. You find the music just kind of flows into you and around you and through you, and you hear it and it sways. You kind of start throwing in these weird little motions that you think might look silly, but as you do it, it's just like, yes, just like that, an expression. Feel the music and let it lead and guide you.
And just
Okay.
imagine me just doing this.
Definitely.
It's not off, but it hopefully helps Mia gain a little bit more confidence in her abilities. Another half an hour of dancing, the music changes around a lot before Bastille finally stretches. "Well, I need to retire to regain my strength and prepare for tomorrow, so I will see you after our rest and enjoy the rest of your evening. Harrow, wake me if anything happens." Harrow just sort of raises one hand and gives him a salute. He steps back into this tent.
I could reverse gravity and just chuck the vault out. Like, just
Don't-
take the vault with us.
Not sure it works like that, but you could try it.
I mean, I've every idea.
Every
at our
idea.
fingertips.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Precisely. And even
True.
sometimes a bad idea can lead to a wonderful idea. Like hiring you all in the first place. I was very much opposed to it, but I have.
You thought
I've
we were
come
a bad
around.
idea, Harold?
I was extremely suspicious about your arrival, your intentions, your character, your everything. But you have assuaged those fears, and I feel I can trust you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Well,
How
I'm
many
going to say
fireballs does it take to get through a vault?
25.
A 1, a 2.
That's
Three.
exactly what I thought.
Let's see. An object's armor class. How many
How much HP does a vault door have?
Non-magical door, less fireballs than you'd think. This one could probably take a few, but it wouldn't hold up forever.
How many times can you fireball?
I
Using
can upcast. I
all.
could probably. Aren't there certain spells that do more damage to objects? Probably use one of those spells.
Yeah, specifically like the siege ones.
Shatter
Shatter.
does.
Yeah,
And
shatter. Just silence and then a bunch of shatters. No one. Everyone will be like, "Oh yeah, that's just the music. That's why the ground's shaking." Really
Would
loud
shatter
dubstep.
do any damage though if you silenced it?
That no, it won't.
Shucks.
Well, we'll have to time it to the beat of the music.
Are we? When is the rave portion of your dance music?
Exactly.
When does the bass
Usually-
drop?
Usually later in the evening. Get the
Oh,
formal
there you
things
go.
out of the way, and then the heavy stuff really kicks in as the drinking, escalates.
That would be such a dumb.
Kara, I have an idea. I wanted to give this to Bastille as a present. Do you think you could help me give it to him? Because I don't know if he would just take it from me.
What is it?
And he hands him a tankard.
Takes the tankard, looks it over. Oh boy. Okay. Which tankard is this?
The tankard of sobriety.
Okay, let me see.
I think Bastille should use this at the party because it would be funny, and then he could drink and then wouldn't get too drunk to know how to plan stuff.
Wait, I can see there's something enchanted about it. This would help him.
Yeah, but I don't know if he would think that it's helping him, and that's why I've been wanting to give it to him, but I don't know how. So I think you could do it now that you trust us, and you're our best friend.
You're
Roll me
our
a persuasion
best
check.
friend.
Okay. Kind of like looks.
I want to reroll one more time. I could do
Okay.
better than that. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. He looks down. Very well. If you think it would help, I will pass it along to him and let him know that he should focus on it during the event. What should I warn him of it? What does it do?
No, see, like if you tell him, then like I said, he's not gonna want to do it because it's both like helpful, but it also might make him unhappy with it.
Does it permanently affect him?
No.
Then
So if you put stuff in it, and then like alcohol, and then you can just drink it, and it won't make you drunk.
He looks down at it. Seems odd.
Yeah, but I know he's gonna have to like drink all the stuff during the party. But if he wants to do this plan and be clear-headed and help us so that we don't die, hopefully.
That is a good idea. Even slightly affected, he could have lapses in judgment.
It doesn't prevent him from getting poisoned though, so tell him not to get his drink poisoned.
Right.
If they would do that. I don't know if they would do that.
I want to say no, but I'm not 100%, so I'll just let him know to be careful, as he always should be. Alright. I'm going to tell him what it does, but I can convince him that I can't lie to him, my dear. But you have a good idea. So, He stands up and he kind of looks down at Aerith, gives him a nod. Looks over at Oni and Nick, gives them nods. I shall retire to my master's tent temporarily to inform him of this, let him know of its use, and then I will head back out to stand guard through the evening.
And we can play poker.
I have a new idea. Earth
What's up?
elementals count as siege monsters, so they deal double damage against objects.
They do.
So I could use summon elemental, summon an earth elemental, and just have him beat the shit out of the door,
You could.
which saves a bunch of spell slots.
I'm sure nobody would notice.
It's just an option.
An option.
My thing though is 5th level. How big can I go with the 5th level earth elemental? Or can I upcast it? Let me double check if I can upcast it. Give me the biggest earth elemental.
I don't think it gets bigger.
I can increase my challenge rating for each spell slot above 5 by 1.
And it increases the
The challenge rating that it can be at.
Well, for this one in particular, it increases the when you choose an element. It uses the higher level in the stat block, and the level it dictates how many attacks it can make per round, which is half the spell level rounded down, and also
It would do more damage then.
yeah, it deals additional damage based on the level it's cast at.
Yeah, just make a super
So-
strong one and have it punch the door in half.
Well,
Increased
6.
AC and HP.
I don't care about that. I just needed to punch through a vault door. So I could. So you said its attacks are its level divided in 2.
Yes.
Right. So I could do it at 6th level, and that's 3
3.
attacks.
Mhm.
And then I could give Aerith a spell scroll of silence. Because I have to concentrate on this. Aerith can do silence. He beats the door down, and then we steal all the goodies.
It's not a bad idea.
Another one into the pocket, and I'm gonna forget all these next week.
You need to write them down. Or go back and just listen to the second half again of all the theory crafting.
That is true.
I
And I
mean,
should-
aren't we about to go?
I was just about to say, I should ask, because I know we wanted to get to the gala, and I wouldn't mind getting to the entry there, but you do have a day around the city, and that could be a useful time to gather more information, make preparations, and things like that. If you guys want to do that on a fresh day, we could probably fit all of that into one session.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I do think next week I will be gone for work, but yeah, sorry. I will double check that and let you know.
Yeah, let me know, and maybe Sunday like last time?
Yeah, that should work.
Okay, that would be cool. Because obviously we're gonna need Nick. We need Nick at full Nicholas,
Kind
not
of important.
not substitute teacher or running it. So let's do this. Is there anything else you guys wanted to plan or discuss this night? You wanted to play some cards with Harrow and just kind of chill? Okay. Is anybody going to stay up and keep watch throughout the evening?
I'll take the first shift.
Okay. We don't really need to roll because, again, there's nothing I'm intending to happen. It's more of a narrative thing so that Harrow knows who's staying up, who's assisting with the watch, because he'll stay up for the first half and then he'll have to go to sleep. So he'll sit with you, Ken. Is everybody else just gonna turn in after the card game for your
I'll
8 hours?
cast Private Sanctum just for extra security.
Okay. You cast out the sanctum, kind of encapsulating what you can of the campground. Anyone else?
Nope, I'm good.
Good.
All right. You spend your evening pretty much as you always have while you're on the road. Ken helps keep watch with Harrow while Aerith and Oni can get their trancing done. And then once their trancing is completed, Aerith and Oni take over the watch, replacing Harrow and Ken so they can return to their individual tents, sleeping bags, rest arrangements. The morning comes, but there is no real change in the atmosphere. It's just everybody is rested. Bastille steps out of his tent and starts asking about food, which Harrow gets to. Breakfast is made. If you guys want, go ahead, do your trainings now one last time for this session. We can do today's morning rituals while Harrow makes everyone breakfast and starts to get camp broken down.
Hey,
Hell yeah, Ken.
what's
I'm
up,
gonna
boy?
work on Cartomancer.
Okay.
Never mind.
My juggling, no. I did so well the first night.
That is 5d6 for Ken, 1 for Aerith, 3 for Oni, 1 for
Oh,
Mia, 2
Jesus.
for Nick. Sorry, 1 for Nick. I always forget that yours is a 15.
Ooh, nope, that's wrong.
Oh, I saw that 27. I was like, what the heck?
Nope,
Some
those
more
are for my portents, which are all
Mhm.
fairly.
average.
But luckily, we have a day. Let's hope
Yeah.
that I get like all nat 20s for the day of the event.
You guys finish up your training, practicing with each other. Harrow and Bastille watch, interested as you kind of hone your individual talents and abilities in this. I mean, you've now done this every day for more than 2 weeks. It's almost instinctual to do it in the morning where you get up, you stretch, you go, you find some water splashing on your face, and before you even eat breakfast, you get to work on juggling, on meditation, on research and study. You know, these different ways of honing your physique and your mind, and it has become a way of waking up and kind of preparing for the day. Breakfast is served, camp is packed up, you are returned to the beautiful, beautiful golden fields as you ride their clippity cloppity wagon through. And eventually, you see in the distance as the trees start to thin out, you can hear running water. And I will go ahead and leave us on this map as we enter Astrazalian, the city of Starlight.
Oh,
Holy Jesus.
yeah.
It's so colorful.
You guys are coming in from over here, the far
It is
western
fair.
side. And in the distance, towering over the trees, you can see the 3 spires of the central palace. This main one, red, is not even as vibrant as the sun, but this kind of red, reflective, almost copper that gathers what light fills the air around here and seems to reflect it down across the city itself. The 2 smaller towers rising asymmetrical to each other off to its left and right, and you know that that is the palace. You ride up to the gates. The guards hail you, which Harrow replies. They open the gates and you ride through and find a city absolutely packed with Eladrin and very little other races. And that's where we're going to end tonight's game.
Where's the library? No.
You want to know? It is.
I am curious.
Let's see which one. So,
That one.
The older books.
did I have? Thought I thought I had things to mark this map. Give me a second. Let me find my. Because I took a map that someone else made and I modified it. Can you tell what I changed?
Hold on, I actually gotta get closer. I want to say. As I casually zoom in.
Closer, closer.
Enhance! Enhance!
That's what I was thinking.
Enhance.
You can't enhance that thing any further. I exported that from Incarnate at 8K.
Yeah, it is. Oh Jesus.
This building looks like a sea turtle.
Which one? It does, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, this one. Oh, there it is up there too.
This one is differently textured.
So the only thing
As
I
well as the
changed
trees.
is the palace.
The
Because I had a
palace?
specific design for it. And here, I'll show you the... I don't know if I can...
Got secrets.
It's
Got some
got
secret.
Secrets.
stuff.
Oh, it's got stuff.
I'm like zoomed in all the way, so I can't see things closer.
Thinking about it now, that sketch I sent earlier makes like a lot more sense now, like with the positioning of Ken and Mia. So we just chalk it up to that, like them learning how to dance.
Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah.
You just need to pick her up and just toss her
Yeah.
around as if you're just
Right.
carrying a child.
Just she just needs to float like half an inch off the ground, and then you just lead,
Just cast
so that
levitate.
she doesn't have to actually do anything.
The image of that in my mind of Ken just like moving around a stationary Mia floating in the air. So you could see in the middle the palace that they had. It's a little bit more vaginal.
Yeah.
It didn't work for what I wanted, so I recreated it, and I was really happy with
Thank
how
you
that turned
for
out.
not demonetizing the video.
You're welcome. I do my best. Let's see if I can control Z. Okay, all right. No, so you actually had called it, because I had to go back to the reference map to figure out what they had. This is the library right here.
Yeah, I knew it.
In addition, I will say, there is both a bardic school and a magical academy here that could have more. That's why I want there to be time for you to explore the city, because
Before we fuck everything up.
before you fuck everything up and have to run away.
We gotta
feel
steal
like
all
the-
their magic.
Bard College is the College of Glamour because that usually uses fey magic. Woomy.
Woomy, oh.
Wah, wah.
Where's the Magic Academy at?
It would be down here. It's this large mass of trees that are all kind of like it's think of like a university campus
Damn.
dedicated to magic.
That's nothing compared to Pima.
I feel like my cloistered scholar background won't apply here.
Why not? It's all about
More-
understanding how things are stored away in libraries. Same with Aerith's sage background.
More prospects for the School of Artificery.
Hell yeah.
Has
Well, I'm
artificery
pretty
been
sure
invented this time of year?
With cloistered scholar, I could like demand they let me in.
Give me your knowledge.
That's like one of its like background features. Any place of learning. I don't know if it would fly in the Feywild. Like, who is this lost gnome?
Who is this
Who's
lost
this-
child?
Who's this sassy lost gnome?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Only one way for you to know. And one way for me to know.
Worst case scenario, I'll just sneak in. It'll be a good test run for the vault.
Yeah.
Alright. I have some of them written down. Remind me if I forgot any of them. So silence with the earth elemental, silence with knock, disintegrate, dispel magic, and a magic field, enlarge reduce the vault door, and etherealness.
Don't forget the window. If we find an item shop here,
Oh, yep.
we could potentially find one of those and just leave a vault.
Alright, there's the window. Thought we had one more idea, and I can't remember it.
Was it the hole?
The magic window. Do magic window / hole. Can we bring a portable battering ram?
Can you find a way to sneak it past an entire gala of people?
Bag of holding.
Into the hole.
Because I'm
Got a
pretty
problem?
sure
No
a
holding.
portable ram is an actual item. Yep, portable ram. It's adventuring gear. You can use a portable ram to break down doors. When doing so, you gain +4 bonus on strength checks. One other character can help you use the ram, giving you advantage on this check.
It weighs 35 pounds, which means it's as big as Nicholas.
Pretty much.
All right,
We'll
Nicholas, get in the
give
bag.
this. So what we do is we get the portable ram and we give it to the earth elemental, who deals double damage because he's a sea monster. So now he also has +4.
I like it. I would say that it would push the boundaries of the opening for the bag of holding to get it out, but being round and 2 feet in diameter, yeah, you could fit that in a bag of holding or in Oni's hole.
Don't say it like that.
I had to, man.
Put the
Shove
ram
a
in,
portable
in
ram up Oni's
Oni's
hole.
To
hole.
be fair, though, where are we going to get a portable ram? We're going to go to a shop and the people are like, we need a portable ram. Don't ask why. We just need
Need a
one.
ram.
What are
Don't
you
worry about
willing
it.
to trade
We're
for
totally not breaking into Tanya's vault or anything.
Here's
it?
the
Yeah,
thing.
say it exactly like that.
That's adventuring gear, which means it's non-magical, which means it could be fabricated.
That is true.
I just
It's your-
It's your
as a
time to
gift.
shine.
ideas.
You've been
'cause they're
wanting
just so
to
good.
fabricate so much stuff so far.
Right?
This is your
Make
time
a
to shine, bro.
ram.
What's even funnier is we can. It probably not a smart idea, but we could bring it in and like wrap it and pretend it's a gift for someone. So we're carrying around a portable ram that's just wrapped up. We're like, oh, it's a gift for someone. To ignore us, it's a gift for someone.
Here's this
Just
giant
carrying a
phallic
giant
gift.
ram.
It's a joke. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah,
They'll get it when they
it
see
looks
it.
like a giant wrapped phallic object. It's like, oh, don't worry,
It
it's a
just looks
gift.
like a
for
giant dick.
I'm not kidding when I'm saying add that to your list, man. It's not a bad idea.
someone. Portable ram.
Because here's the thing, you're going to be walking in there with Bastille, and he'll be kind of like laying the groundwork, and this is one of the most powerful archfey in the Feywild. He's
Fabric.
very convincing. I actually had to give him specific things to help him get to this point to trick Oni. He has legendary deceptions, where if somebody insight checks him and he senses that they're understanding that he's lying, he can utilize them to lock down anything that might be potentially giving that away. But he can only do it twice a day.
I do like too that we came in, we were all thinking he was Bastille right out the gate, and then he was like, "No, I'm not Bastille." And then he introduced the other Bastille. We're like, "All right, we're watching you."
I had so much fun with him. I had so much fun just like
Actually,
deceiving.
this might sound dumb, but what if we make the portable ram in the shape of a dick, and then we leave it as the
Already the
gift
shape of a dick.
in the vault?
Would they bring a gift to the vault?
No. So we use it to break in, and then we leave it in the vault. We steal everything else. So now you just have a giant dick-shaped ram.
In case
left
you want to
in the
get
vault.
fucked more.
Exactly.
With Todd on top.
We can leave Todd there with the get fucked note.
Oh,
man.
Literally a giant go fuck yourself.
Todd's gonna be like, "What happens to you, Nicholas? What?"
We've been around such bad influences.
Listen, I've been stuck in my hovel for hundreds of years. This is my chance to have a blast and just mess with someone in a not menacing way.
Yeah, You literally just saw a man die to a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and his friends were like, "No, he's fine."
He's fine. He'll sleep it off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So having a giant battering ram shaped like a dick as using it and then giving it as a gift is just hilarious.
I think so too. I really do.
All right,
Even
I'm
if it
gonna
doesn't
add
end
that
up
to my
becoming
notes.
like useful, I love that idea.
Portable ram in the shape of a dick.
Oh boy.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, I got food getting prepared. Pizza on the way. Well,
Oh heck.
once I go and pick it up. So.
I had pizza today. I still have 2 slices for tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
It's become our like ritual after D&D because it's just cooking after the game is so much. But order a
Fair.
pizza, have myself a little
Where you
snack.
get it from?
Domino's because they
Nice
got that Philly
choice.
cheesesteak pizza.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're also right down the street.
Yeah, 5 minutes away. I can't do red sauce, man. It hurts.
I will
It
die.
hurts. We both die. Like horrible pain.
Is it just really bad heartburn or?
Yeah.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have a Casey's near you, but have you tried their breakfast pizza and then you just double up on everything?
Casey's. No.
I don't know what that is. I
I don't
think
know
it's a
what that is.
Midwest thing.
It is the Midwest thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've heard the name before. I think there was one in Mankato, but
Yeah,
I've
But
never
it's
heard
a
it.
here.
It has to be
convenience.
Midwest.
it's a
It's a
pizza
convenience
place,
store,
yeah. Oh no,
But
that's right. They have pizza though.
make their own pizzas,
Oh.
Yeah.
and you can get breakfast pizza and just have them double up on the cheese, the beef, and all the other stuff, and it's just amazing.
I just saw your message. I didn't get the Parmesan bites. I got
No.
the hash brown things, the little potatoes. I basically just did what we did last time.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Do you want me to put in another? I can put in another order.
We could just order it there, I guess, or I don't
I'll
know.
just put in another one. It's fine.
All right, I gotta head to bed because I need to sleep.